in our tertiary institutions of learning and secondary schools. 3, research discussions for solutions of African problems that hinder our unity and development. And reaching out to our comrades across the borders, starting with the East African community. As there has been mentioned, this year the theme is assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063, a people-centered and market-driven strategy. This theme is a call to action that speaks directly to the daily realities of our people across our continent. Far too many communities still wake up without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation, which undermines public health and holds back economic growth. Agenda 2063 is built on the conviction that access to clean water and sanitation is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. And this theme challenges all of us to turn the conviction into a reality. Achieving this vision requires 2 equally important commitments, which we chose at Pan-African Movement. A people-centered approach ensures that no African is left behind, and the solution reaches the most remote villages with their participation. A market-driven strategy, on the other hand, calls on African entrepreneurs, investors, and governments to build water systems that are sustainable, scalable, integrated across our borders. Getting infrastructures across our borders so that we can share the resources that happen to be there across the border. This year we are celebrating the African Day, and it was organized around 3 programs. The first program is community-level programs to raise awareness around the theme, especially to understand where Africa has been, where Africa is, and where Africa should go. This mobilization was organized around sports for unity, inter-school, inter-district sports competitions. We are doing umuganda level at every sector of our country, and we have public talks on all radios and televisions that are in Rwanda. Then this conference, which is organized to deepen the Pan-African consciousness while delivering tangible social impact. Tomorrow, we shall commemorate the day with an alley walk around Nyarutarama and a shared meal in the evening. As we celebrate what has been accomplished, our focus should not remain firmly fixed on what has been achieved, but rather on the magnitude of the work that still has to be done. To achieve the objectives of the Africa we want. As you all remember, we want an integrated, peaceful, prosperous, a well-governed Africa with a global voice and reach. Comrades, African Liberation Day is not simply a date on the calendar. It is a reminder of the long road our continent has walked, the sacrifices that were made so that we may stand here today in freedom and dignity, and the responsibility we carry to keep us moving forward. We should not take this responsibility lightly. Let me thank you all of you that are putting effort, financial, material, organizational, and time to make this conference possible, and other programs as I mentioned them. It is in the spirit of unity of purpose that we will make the African continent a continent of solutions for all mankind, so that we shy away from dependence on solutions from other people. Let us live here today more united, more determined, and more inspired than when we arrived. The Africa we want is within our reach and the means, and together we will build it. I thank you once again. Africa, Africa, unite we must. Thank you.
I now invite the Dean of the African Ambassadors Corps to deliver his remarks.
Hello? Okay. I will speak in French, okay? Yes. Voilà, donc très honorable Madame Gertrude Kazaroua, présidente de l'Assemblée nationale du Rwanda, Son Excellence Haïlé Mariam de Salaigne, ancien Premier ministre de la République fédérale d'Éthiopie, président du conseil d'administration de Agra, Son Excellence M. Wamkele Mene, secrétaire général de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, Honorable Prudence Sebaïzi, ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie, Honorable Madame Valentine Ouomaria, sénatrice, Honorable M. Proté Moussoni, directeur du mouvement panafricain, Rwanda Chapter, Dr Monique Sanzabaganwa, ancienne vice-présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Excellence Dr Charity Manyorikwe, ambassadeur du Zimbabwe et doyenne du corps diplomatique accrédité au Rwanda. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et chefs de mission diplomatiques et consulaires, Mesdames, Messieurs, membres du corps diplomatique, chers invités, en vos rangs et qualités. C'est un grand honneur pour moi, doublé d'un réel plaisir, que de prendre la parole devant cette auguste assemblée. Au nom du groupe des ambassadeurs et chefs de mission africains accrédités au Rwanda, pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue à l'édition 2026 de la célébration de la Journée de libération de l'Afrique. Permettez-moi, avant tout, d'adresser nos plus vifs remerciements au gouvernement du Rwanda, au ministère des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération internationale et au mouvement panafricain qui ont bien voulu nous associer à cette conférence internationale commémorative, comme nous le savons tous, de la création le 25 mai 1963 à Addis Abeba de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine, devenue l'Union africaine en 2002. Depuis la mise sur pied du groupe des ambassadeurs et chefs de mission africains accrédités au Rwanda, la célébration de cette journée offre chaque année l'occasion d'une collaboration réaffirmée entre le mouvement panafricain Rwanda Chapter et le groupe des ambassadeurs africains. Sous la supervision du ministère en charge des Affaires étrangères, et nous saluons ici, à sa juste mesure, l'engagement de l'honorable Proté Moussoni et de son équipe dans cette voie d'affirmation et de promotion du panafricanisme dans le pays qui nous accueille. C'est un partenariat solide que nous valorisons, tout en nous engageant, malgré les contraintes de l'heure, à aller de l'avant dans le combat pour l'unité, la solidarité et la prospérité des pays et des peuples de notre continent. Mesdames et Messieurs, dans le cadre de cette 62e célébration, la conférence internationale qui nous réunit aujourd'hui va réfléchir sur le thème « Garantir un accès durable à l'eau et des systèmes d'assainissement sûrs pour atteindre les objectifs de l'agenda 2063, une stratégie axée sur les populations et le marché ». Bien que n'étant pas un spécialiste de la matière, je voudrais tout de même partager avec vous quelques réflexions autour de l'hydrodiplomatie ou encore la diplomatie de l'eau, qui offre aux pays africains aujourd'hui une formidable opportunité de transformer les ressources en eau partagées, sources potentielles de conflits, en catalyseurs de coopération, de croissance économique et de développement durable. En Afrique, les principaux bassins fluviaux, comme le Nil, le Congo, le Niger, le Zambèze, pour ne citer que ceux-là, traversent de multiples frontières nationales. Et dans ce cadre, la coopération dans les domaines économiques, sécuritaires, sanitaires, alimentaires et énergétiques est essentielle pour garantir l'accès à l'eau aux générations futures et ouvrir la voie à un progrès socio-économique durable, partagé par tous. Au vu de cela, la diplomatie de l'eau n'est pas qu'une question technique ou environnementale. Elle est plutôt un impératif stratégique pour la paix, pour la prospérité et l'intégration régionale en Afrique. À l'heure où, selon certaines sources, moins de 30% d'habitants en Afrique ont accès à une eau de qualité et que des études fiables prévoient que les problèmes liés à l'accès à une eau de qualité pourraient coûter à certains de nos pays, d'ici 2050, environ 6% de leur produit intérieur brut, à cause de la baisse de la production agricole et des conséquences sur la santé publique. L'hydrodiplomatie trouve alors toute sa pertinence, puisque grâce à sa capacité à transformer les défis techniques en opportunités diplomatiques, avec la négociation d'accords contraignants ou non sur la répartition et la gestion des ressources en eau partagées à l'échelle internationale, la compréhension et la confiance mutuelle entre États riverains, fondement solide d'une coopération durable, sans oublier la prise en considération des intérêts des acteurs étatiques et non étatiques, notamment les gouvernements, la société civile, le secteur privé et les communautés locales. En effet, malgré les nombreux défis, il nous faut construire et renforcer un cadre juridique solide qui pourra, entre autres, renforcer la sécurité des usages concurrents et prévenir les conflits dans les bassins partagés, avec des accords au niveau mondial, comme par exemple la Convention des Nations Unies sur les cours d'eau, ou bien au plan régional et de bassin. Par exemple, ce qui concerne les fleuves transfrontaliers, les bassins lacustres et autres aquifères. Nous le savons tous, la coopération en matière de ressources hydriques transfrontalières génère souvent des avantages qui dépassent largement le secteur de l'eau. Et à ce titre, on peut citer des retombées économiques, par exemple la production conjointe d'hydroélectricité, les projets d'irrigation, les infrastructures de navigation, mais également la sécurité alimentaire et énergétique, la maîtrise des inondations, la réduction des risques de catastrophes, la santé des écosystèmes, et j'en passe. Dans le cadre de cette coopération agissante, il nous semble crucial d'accorder la priorité aux besoins et à la parole des citoyens, des jeunes, des femmes et des communautés vulnérables, afin de garantir des solutions équitables et inclusives, sans oublier d'encourager la participation du secteur privé et l'entrepreneuriat dans les infrastructures et les services liés à l'eau, en tirant parti de l'innovation et de l'investissement pour accélérer les progrès. À ce titre, il faudra mobiliser des investissements, renforcer les blocs et institutions économiques régionaux pour soutenir la coopération et les investissements dans le domaine de l'eau et encourager les partenariats publics-privés et les marchés mondiaux pour le financement des infrastructures et des services liés à l'eau. Et à ce sujet, je voudrais ici rappeler que mon pays, le Sénégal, va co-organiser avec les Émirats arabes unis la conférence des Nations unies sur l'eau du 2 au 4 décembre prochain, donc en collaboration avec l'Organisation des Nations unies, pour discuter des voies et moyens d'assurer une gestion durable, équitable et résiliente de cette ressource vitale. Cette conférence, d'ailleurs, dont une réunion préparatoire s'est déjà tenue à Dakar au mois de janvier passé, sera orientée vers 6 thèmes. L'eau pour les populations, l'eau pour la prospérité, l'eau pour la planète, l'eau pour la coopération, l'eau dans les processus multilatéraux et investissement en faveur de l'eau. Nous espérons que l'Afrique saura y faire entendre sa voix et faire prévaloir ses intérêts. Le président de la commission de l'UA, son Excellence Mahmoud Al-Youssouf, a récemment évoqué la nécessité d'un plan d'action collectif pour l'Afrique en vue d'une croissance inclusive, d'un développement durable et d'une prospérité partagée. À mon avis, son message est clair. Agissons ensemble, car l'unité est notre force. La diplomatie de l'eau, à mes yeux, ne consiste pas seulement à gérer des fleuves et des aquifères, mais plutôt à construire un continent pacifique, prospère, intégré et résiliente, puisque la base de ces approches centrées sur les populations, axées sur le marché et inclusive, nous pouvons transformer les ressources en eau partagées de l'Afrique en moteur de développement durable et de coopération. C'est surtout en cela que cette conférence est utile et opportune. Et nous saluons d'avance ces bénéfiques retombées pour la réflexion autour de notre plan d'action collectif, qui sera par les Africains et pour les Africains. Mesdames et Messieurs, alors que nous sommes aujourd'hui confrontés à un monde en perpétuel bouleversement, sur tous les plans, avec des changements qui ajoutent une rare complexité aux problèmes structurels de nos pays, ainsi qu'aux menaces systémiques croissantes, nous devons renouveler notre engagement en faveur de la solidarité panafricaine et faire progresser les aspirations de l'agenda 2063 grâce, entre autres, à la diplomatie de l'eau. Ensemble, nous pouvons garantir à chaque Africain l'accès à une eau de qualité et à l'assainissement, ce qui nous permettrait ainsi de jeter les bases d'un développement durable. Je voudrais terminer en réitérant nos remerciements au ministère des Affaires étrangères pour sa collaboration et l'esprit panafricain qu'il manifeste à notre égard. Nous voulons également remercier le Parlement pour avoir accueilli cette rencontre et le mouvement panafricain qui est à nos côtés dans les efforts communs pour bâtir l'Afrique que nous voulons. M. Moussoni l'a dit tout à l'heure, l'Afrique que nous voulons, c'est une Afrique souveraine. Mais pas seulement une souveraineté d'autonomie politique ou de contrôle de nos territoires. L'Afrique que nous voulons, c'est un continent qui ait la capacité de faire des choix de développement libres, basée sur nos réalités, basée sur nos priorités et basée sur nos ambitions. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, Ambassadeur. After making some appreciation for the collaboration between the African ambassadors and the Pan-African movement and thanking the government of Rwanda, he made some reflections on the water diplomacy where he emphasized the cooperation of states to ensure collective development, but more importantly, to avoid possible disputes. The Africa we want is indeed the continent that is capable of making its own decisions. I take this opportunity to invite the Secretary General of the FCTA to give his address.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Rwanda, Your Excellency Prime Minister Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Honorable Musoni Protais, the Chairman of the Pan-African Movement Rwanda chapter, Honorable Minister Sibaizi, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Ambassador Dudu Sow, the Dean of African Ambassadors in Rwanda, Excellency Dr. Monique Nsanzabaganwa, the former chairperson of the African Union Commission. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here today with you to celebrate this landmark day. I want to thank the organizers for the invitation and also for the flexibility to allow me to speak in this morning session. I was scheduled to speak in the afternoon, but you have been flexible and allowed me to speak this morning so that I can travel early in the afternoon. I want to commend the Pan-African movement under the leadership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for convening us here today to celebrate this important Liberation Day for our continent. And I believe that after 6 decades of our continent being free, there's a central question that must now occupy us, and that is economic freedom and the economic sovereignty of our continent. From May 1963, when the Organization of African Unity was formed, much progress has been made to ensure that we have a durable, sustainable integration politically on our continent. And of course, arguably, with the defeat of apartheid in South Africa, this objective of political integration and freedom on our continent was achieved. But what has always and continues to evade our continent is economic freedom and sovereignty. And so every year as we mark this event, we must ask ourselves, the task at hand for us to be economically free as a continent, what exactly does it require? I believe that this question has been answered to a certain extent by our leaders, the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, in a number of proclamations. The first one, of course, is Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want, which sets out a blueprint for how our continent must develop over the next decades. And a principal tool for achieving this economic freedom that I refer to is, of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area. It is intended to integrate this market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion and create a single market to enable us to overcome underdevelopment, economic underdevelopment in industry, the fact that our continent has 42 currencies, fragmentation of markets. This is the objective of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I'm pleased to report to you that as we speak today, it has been ratified by 50 countries. 50 members of the African Union have ratified the AfCFTA, signaling not only a political commitment to integration of our continent, but more importantly, signaling a legal commitment to eliminate intra-Africa barriers to trade, eliminate intra-Africa barriers to investment. This is a very important milestone. I say milestone because it is not the end of the road. It is a path towards a more integrated market. So as we convene today, for generations, much of our continent's engagement with the global community has been shaped by structural dependence on them, structural dependence and peripheral dependence, over-reliance on the import and export of primary commodities and import of finished products, external finance, and of course, external market growth-driven industry. And so whilst many African economies over the period have recorded strong growth, growth that has indeed enabled negligible or minimal advance, we must admit that as a continent, we continue to lag behind, well below our own potential. And at the same time, we continue to confront global externalities that are materially adverse and that are not consistent with our own ambitions and that negate the economic interests of our continent. We see increase in geopolitical fragmentation, increase in geoeconomic fragmentation, rising protectionism, and attempts to weaken multilateralism. How do we navigate all of these challenges as a continent, particularly in the context of over 70 decades of political independence without economic independence? This, I believe, is a central question that we must continue to answer as Africans. So this is a moment both of urgency and of opportunity. In this current crisis of the global fracturing that we see, a multiplicity of unlawful wars, the fragmentation and disintegration of global supply chains, which place our continent on the periphery of the global economy, what tools do we have as a continent to navigate this unprecedented challenge? So my key message today is that our long-term economic transformation as a continent will depend not only on political stability, but also on intra-Africa trade. We have to strengthen regional value chains that power and drive our industrial development. And we must build a continental market that has the capability to support industrial development, competitiveness, resilience, and more importantly, the sovereignty of Africa's economy. The vision that has since evolved since 1963, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, places regional integration, industrialization, infrastructure development, free movement of persons, and intra-Africa trade at the center of our long-term strategy as a continent. Within this broader vision of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, of which the AFCFTA is one of the flagship projects, we now have an opportunity to advance our continental integration and productive transformation of our economy. So we are facing a seminal moment where there's a convergence of opportunity and crisis as a continent. And so as we transition the AFCFTA from negotiations to full implementation on the back of the rules that liberalize trade, that liberalize investment in Africa, I believe we are well poised to overcome the challenges that I pointed to earlier. We have succeeded to conclude all of the protocols that were directed by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. We have concluded rules of origin negotiations, and commercially meaningful trade is starting to happen under the rules of the AFCFTA. We're also seeing commercially meaningful outcomes from the AFCFTA, early days as it is, of course, and all the progress that has been made. In the year 2024, the impact of the AFCFTA resulted in increased intra-Africa trade. According to the African Exim Import Bank, African Bank, intra-Africa trade increased by 12.4% to over $220 billion in the year 2024. According to the same report, intra-Africa trade is well poised to reach approximately $230 billion this year. And therefore, the data is clear that we are moving in the right direction. But beyond increasing trade volumes, the AFCFTA must also contribute to Africa's fundamental structural economic transformation. This requires more investment in value-added production, more investment in agro-processing, and a significant shift away from the over-reliance on primary commodities for exports. We're also beginning to see inclusive participation in the AFCFTA, which is absolutely critical. There must be inclusivity of benefits amongst countries and in countries as we roll out the AFCFTA. The drivers of Africa's economy must be central to its implementation. Small, medium enterprises, informal traders, smallholder farmers, businesses that are led by women and young people must be at the center of benefits. In this regard, Kenya's export of tea to Ghana under the AFCFTA involved products sourced from smallholder farmers organized into cooperatives by the government of Kenya. We see other examples across our continent where governments, the private sector, are organizing smallholder farmers, informal traders, to participate in the AFCFTA market. Inclusivity of benefits must be key and will enable sustainable implementation of this agreement. A unified market goes far beyond tariff liberalization or the creation of a free trade area. It depends on free movement of goods, free movement of persons, free movement of capital, and productive transformation that is required. A unified, integrated market cannot function effectively without greater mobility within our continent. Visa restrictions, fragmented immigration systems, and an uneven implementation of the free movement commitments continue to constrain our growth, our economic growth and potential as a continent. As has often been observed, an integrated market without mobility of persons risks becoming a marketplace with locked doors. Rwanda, Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, and recently Togo, as of a few days ago, are some of the countries that have made progress in this area of free movement of persons. In the countries that I've mentioned, all Africans have a right to visa on arrival. I urge other member states of the African Union to follow suit and to enable accelerated growth of our continent through movement of persons. While the AFCFTA presents, of course, a step forward in our ambition of an integrated economy as a continent, challenges remain, and we must confront these challenges. The cost of infrastructure continues to be high. $150 billion annually is the infrastructure deficit. Transport and logistics continue to be high. Lack of harmonized customs systems, and as I've just mentioned, lack of complete movement of persons across the continent, and trade finance continues to be high. Irrespective of measures that have been taken by some of our development finance institutions that include AFDB, such as, for example, AFAWA, which is the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, a program committed to eliminating the $42 billion financing gap for women-owned businesses. But much progress remains to be achieved. And so for our part, in confronting these challenges, the AFCFTA introduced a number of tools. Allow me to mention but a few of these tools. We've established the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, capitalized it with over $1 billion to enable implementation of the AFCFTA with the support of Afreximbank. We have introduced the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which enables payments in local currency, reducing the reliance of our continent on third currencies for trade. Today, a trader in Ethiopia can transact with his counterpart in Nigeria using the Ethiopian birr and the Nigerian naira without resorting to a third currency. We estimate that this will reduce the cost of intra-Africa trade by over $5 billion. We've also introduced digitization of customs systems, which is an ongoing process, which will take the next few years for us to conclude. We have worked with Afreximbank to introduce the Africa Trade Trade and Development and Distribution Corporation, which is a company that has been capitalized by $750 million by Afrexim Bank to ensure aggregation, onboarding of SMEs and smallholder farmers into the AfCFTA trading market. We've introduced electronic rules of origin, which will enable our economic operators to have access to information that is accurate and enables them to expand their businesses into other markets. And so the AfCFTA continues to create a continental economic space that is capable of supporting economies of scale, regional value chains, industrial development, and investment in sectors that will continue to drive Africa's growth. This is consistent with the World Bank's projections, which is that where we achieve full implementation of the AfCFTA, we as a continent have the potential to lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty, 50 million people out of moderate poverty, and increase the continent's income by between $450 billion and $570 billion by the year 2035. And so as I conclude, let me state that our continent's, the transformation of our continent's economy must not rely only on industry. We must also advance in the digital economy. That is why the Protocol on Digital Trade is so critical. It establishes a continental framework for cross-border trade in commerce, digital payments, digital identities, data governance, enabling the movement of data across countries, and more importantly, enabling our continent to manage, process, and own and commercialize our own data. This is particularly significant given the rapid expansion of the continent's digital economy and the growing importance of digital trade in enabling economic competitiveness. A unified African digital market, a single African digital market supported by interoperable payment systems and continentally governed digital infrastructure represents a major opportunity for Africa's long-term economic transformation, particularly transformation that results in opportunities for young people whom we all know are at the cutting edge of digital innovation. The central question, therefore, that I return to is how do we, as a continent, navigate this unprecedented context? How do we make sure that having achieved and made significant gains in political integration, how do we make gains in the economic sovereignty of our continent, in the economic liberation of our continent? Otherwise, if we don't advance on economic integration, our Pan-Africanism will remain nothing but a slogan. We must confront these challenges that constrain the full independence of our continent, and they are economically related. Visa on arrival, movement of persons, industrial development and competitiveness, preparedness and readiness for Africa's digital economy, financing our own trade, financing our own development. All of these things are priorities that will enable us, when we achieve these objectives, that will enable us as a continent to say that indeed we have taken a step forward to a greater economic integration in our continent. And so once again, as I close, I want to thank very much the organizers for the invitation. And I wish all of us very good deliberations over the next day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretary General, for the great address that is part of the afternoon panel that will be looking at the
strategic use of both the most domestic resources and international cooperation. Our community-led sanitation program mobilized the communities to address lack of toilet facilities as a matter of dignity and public health. This approach was owned and championed by local communities themselves, rooted in our cultural value of working together. Access to clean water and sanitation is not simply a development issue. It's a matter of human dignity, public health, productivity, and social justice. Sustainable water systems are essential to food security, industrial growth, environmental protection, and well-being of our communities. As Africa continues to urbanize and industrialize, investment in water infrastructure, sanitation, hygiene, and environmental resilience must remain a priority. Rwanda remains firmly committed to advancing Pan-African ideals and African-led solutions to African challenges. Through our active engagement in continental and regional frameworks, including African Union, African Community, and African Continental Free Trade Area, Rwanda continues to support efforts and aimed to strengthen integration, peace, cooperation, and shared prosperity. We are proud that Kigali hosted a signing of African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which remains a historic milestone in Africa's economic and integration journey. Regional integration is not an option, it's a necessity. It will help to expand trade, accelerate industrialization, create jobs for young people, and unlock opportunities for millions of Africans. Our visa on arrival policy for all Africans is one practical expression of our commitment to a more connected and integrated continent. Greater mobility creates stronger people-to-people ties, promotes innovation, tourism, and strengthens intra-African trade. At the national level, Rwanda's journey of unity, reconciliation, and inclusive national building demonstrates that Africa can overcome division and build societies founded on dignity, accountability, and shared purpose. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Parliament has a central role to play in national and continental development through registration, oversight, and representation. Strong institutions and accountable leadership are essential for achieving the aspiration of Agenda 2063 and ensuring that development remains people-centered. As legislators, we must continue promoting policies and strengthen regional cooperation, encourage innovation, protect the environment, improve public health, and expand opportunities for our citizens, especially the youth. Africa's future will not be shared elsewhere. It will be shared by Africans themselves. Through visionary leadership, unity of purpose, and encourage to invest in our people and our own solutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate 62nd African Liberation Day, let us honor the sacrifice of those who came before us, and not only with words, but with actions. Let us build an Africa where no child lacks clean water, where no young person is denied opportunity, where our resources benefit our people, where unity becomes the foundation of shared prosperity. The dream of a strong, united, peaceful, prosperous Africa is achievable. But it will require commitment, it will require solidarity, above all, it will require confidence in ourselves as Africans. If we work together with the purpose and determination, the Africa we want will not remain a distant aspiration. It will become a lived reality of the generation and those to come. If we work together, I think everyone will benefit from African opportunities. I thank you all for your attention and wish you a fruitful deliberation and a successful commemoration of African Liberation Day. Murakoze cyane.
Join me in thanking again our guest of honor. May I now invite His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia and board chairman of AGRA, to give his keynote address.
Right Honorable Speaker of the National Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda, and our guest of honor, honorable senators and deputies, Excellency Prudence Sabalizi, Minister of Trade of the Republic of Rwanda, Excellency Wamekele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzabanwa, former Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Musoni Proteir, Chairperson of the Pan-African Movement, Rwanda chapter, and our host, Your Excellency, Dean of the African Diplomatic Corps, ambassadors, high commissioners, charge of the affairs, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound honor to join you today as we commemorate the 62nd African Liberation Day, a historic occasion that reminds us of Africa's long journey towards freedom, unity, and sustainable development. Every year on the 25th of May, we look back to 1963, when our founding fathers established the Organization of African Unity. That milestone was born out of a collective struggle for unity, solidarity, and political liberation. But as the OAU has evolved into the African Union, our definition of liberation must also evolve. Today, in 2026, the next phase of African liberation is no longer fought on a battlefield. It is fought in addressing deficit in infrastructure networks, in our trade corridors, and in our research and development labs, in agriculture and food systems transformation, and in our African produce and add value to our products made in Africa, and fight against climate change and biodiversity loss, and of course, digitize our systems. True liberation is therefore, today means an inclusive and shared and sustainable economic transformation, infrastructure development, and regional and continental integration. This is why the African Union's theme for the 2026 speaks directly to our collective future, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. Before I proceed further, allow me to sincerely commend the organizers of this important conference, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda, the African Diplomatic Corps, the African communities living in Rwanda, and the Pan-African Movement, our host in Rwanda. I also extend my appreciation to all distinguished participants. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to advancing Africa's development aspirations and collective future. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, the story of Africa's transformation in the 21st century will largely be determined by how we manage our water resources, how we protect our ecosystems, and how equitably we provide sanitation and hygiene services to our people. 62 years after the founding fathers of the African liberation envisioned a united and self-reliant continent, we are called upon to confront another form of struggle, the liberation of millions of Africans, water insecurity, and unsafe sanitation. As we stand here today, we must declare that water is the engine of our economy, the foundation of our public health, and the guardian of our peace. Yet there is a stark reality we face. over 400 million people in Africa still lack access to basic drinking water. I commend the government of the Republic of Rwanda for having 90% of access to clean water, as reported now by Honorable Speaker. This is a big achievement. Nearly 3/4 of our continent's population do not have safely and managed sanitation services. This is not merely a development gap. It is a human tragedy that undermines health, productivity, and economic transformation. Fellow Africans, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, lack of access to safe water and adequate sanitation drives the continental disease burden. Every year, millions of lives are lost to entirely preventable waterborne and hygiene-related diseases, placing an unbearable strain on already fragile health systems. Lack of clean water and sanitation is also draining our economies. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, it costs approximately 4.3% of the region's collective GDP annually. This staggering deficit acts as a foundational bottleneck to prosperity by undermining public health, stalling agricultural and industrial productivity, and disproportionately burdening our women and youth. The United Nations World Health Organization notes that globally, 2.5 billion people still lack access to basic sanitation services, with 1 billion practicing open defecation. But the WHO also highlights a powerful economic truth. For every dollar invested in water and sanitation, there is a $4.3 return in the form of reduced healthcare costs, improved environmental conditions, and increased productivity. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the burden of water insecurity is not equally shared. Across Africa, women and girls continue to bear the highest burden of water scarcity. According to UNICEF, women and girls collectively spend approximately 250 million hours every single day fetching water. What this means is clear. It means lost educational opportunities for our girls. It means reduced economic participation for women. And it also means diminished productivity for families and communities. And ultimately, it means a slower pace of national development. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite the commitments made under African Union Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, many African countries remain off track in ensuring sustainable water and sanitation access for all. The 2025 African Union Integration Report paints a concerning picture that regional integration in the water sector remains limited, with only a few regional economic communities adopting dedicated water policies and transboundary cooperation frameworks. We are encouraged that the Pan-African Movement-Rwanda has provided the answering philosophy in the framework of this very conference. We need a people-centered and market-driven strategy. This is something which we have to embrace with a full heart. Translating this vision into tangible results requires bold continental action from governments, regional institutions, the private sector, and availability and safe sanitation systems. African citizens alike. We must fully embrace the African Water Vision 2063 and policy, a comprehensive continental blueprint for securing sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems. We must adopt integrated water resource management to coordinate water use across sectors, strengthen food and energy security, and build resilience against climate shocks. We must place youth, women, and private sector actors at the center of water and sanitation innovation, secure delivery, and climate-resilient infrastructure development. And we must deepen transboundary cooperation by treating shared water basins as instruments of peace, integration, and shared prosperity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and friends, African Liberation Day reminds us that Africa's greatest victories have always emerged when Africans act collectively, courageously, and with a shared sense of destiny. This conference must mark a decisive shift from dialogue to delivery, from commitments to concrete action that ensures sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems for all Africans. Let us build on an Africa where sustainable water and safe sanitation are guaranteed for all. Let us transform our water and sanitation systems into engines of resilience, human development, and the realization of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. I thank you, and God bless you all in this conference.
Thank you, Excellency, for the address. We've come to the end of our official opening session. Right Honorable, our guest of honor, we are now going to transition to the panel discussions. The keynote speeches of the two excellencies, SG and the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, are part of those panel sessions that we have today. Before we go there, I will request you to remain in your positions, but you raise up so that those with cameras may take the picture of our presence here. So I will just request you to stand up, but remain in your seats, in your positions, so that they can take picture. I will then invite the 5 officials to come forward and the Dean of the African Ambassadors, so that we can have Thank you very much. You may take back your seats. Our first panel discussion is titled People-Centered Solutions for Water and Sanitation, Youth, Women, and Private Sector Participation. I will now proceed to invite the moderator, I will be introducing the moderator. The moderator of this panel discussion is Pamela Mudachikwa, a seasoned communication specialist with 15 years of experience working with public institutions, including the Parliament of Rwanda and the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, private institutions, NGOs, and UN agencies, helping them build and sustain their brands, engage with their stakeholders, and achieve their goals. She uses her voice and skills to promote positive values, and she's a professional moderator. I will now invite her to lead us into this panel discussion. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, guests of honor, honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests, fellow Pan-Africanists, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mwaramutse neza. Bonjour. I'm trying different languages to catch your energy. Salam alaikum. Habari za asubuhi. Asante sana. Happy African Liberation Day. Thank you so much. My name is Pamela Mudachikwa, and I am honored and privileged to moderate this first panel of the day on people-centered solutions for water and sanitation, youth, women, and private sector participation. As we commemorate African Liberation Day, our honorable speakers have reminded us that Africa's liberation today must go beyond political independence. It should also include liberation from water dependency or water insecurity, preventable diseases, inequality, and barriers to opportunity. I personally learned a new term from His Excellency High Commissioner of Senegal to Rwanda, which is la diplomatie de l'eau. I never knew there was that kind of diplomacy, la diplomatie de l'eau. So I'm already happy to have learned something at this time of the day. So without further ado, allow me to invite our distinguished panelists. We are very much honored to be joined by His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Richard Sezibera, former Secretary General of the East African Community. We will also be joined by His Excellency Hanan Abdelaziz El Said Shaheen, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to Rwanda. We will also be joined by Honorable Dr. Valentino Maria, Senator and former Minister of Environment. Yes, you may feel free to cheer them up. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Gema Maniraruta, Director General of Water and Sanitation at the Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda. Please help me welcome our distinguished panelists. As you may notice, this panel brings together distinguished leaders with expertise in regional integration, public policy, infrastructure, diplomacy, and sustainable development. So for the next 60 minutes or more, we are looking forward to practical ideas, to bold visions and actionable recommendations that can help accelerate the Agenda 2063. So let's dive into our discussion, and my first question will go to Ambassador Richard Sezibera. Africa continues to face major water and sanitation challenges despite the progress we've had. And from your regional integration experience, what does a truly people-centered approach look like? And how can Africa ensure that communities themselves are not just beneficiaries, but also active participants in water governance and service delivery? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pamela. First of all, I want to thank the Pan-African Movement for having organized this session. My experience has been that some key strategic areas on our continent remain off topics both for discussion and for integration. One is land. The other is water. In East Africa, as well as on the rest of the other regional integration communities, these are national issues, and correctly so. In fact, in some countries, they are sub-national issues, and yet these are the areas in which Africa has a comparative advantage. So I thank the Pan-African Movement for having organized this session and for bringing on the table the need for advocacy for water, sustainable water, and safe sanitation, critical areas, in my opinion, as we think about African liberation. You have heard the statistics from the guest of honor, from former Prime Minister Desalegn, but I think they deserve repetition. 400 million, over 400 million Africans with no access to water. Over 700 million, no access to safe sanitation. We cannot be talking about African liberation under these circumstances. This discussion also comes in at a very important point in time, because we are experiencing geostrategic shifts that you all know about, and an increased emphasis and attention to Africa as a source of the natural resources that may power the next global energy transition. But I want to talk a little bit about how this is important for Africa. It is important for Africa. But it also is a challenge for Africa, because, you know, the next energy transition, the global energy transition that requires vast quantities of resources, many of which are found on our continent, also pose a challenge to our water systems. We all know that mining requires vast quantities of water. It also contaminates local resources. I am informed that producing just 1 ton of lithium, critical for the batteries needed for electrical vehicles now, producing 1 ton of lithium requires about 1.9 million liters of water. 1.9 million to produce 1 ton of lithium. In fact, in 2024, global lithium production consumed 456 billion liters of water. 456 billion. This is equivalent to the annual domestic needs of 62 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. So in addition to the statistics that you had, global changes are also going to put greater pressure on our water resources. And yet, this resource is not yet at the center of our African integration discussions. So I thank the Pan-African movement for raising this issue. Now, water is certainly one of the resources that affect all of us, but affect predominantly women and the youth, which are our other resource in this area. And they should not only be on the table, but and all the policies that we have should be geared towards making their lives better. Women, especially in rural areas, carry the heaviest burden of looking for clean water for their families, for our families. And yet, we do not yet give them the necessary support they require for the development of this sector. In East Africa, which is the source of both the River Nile and the Lake Victoria, shared water resource consumption and development has not yet reached the level at which it should be. We do have the Nile Basin Commission, of course. We have the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, but in our attempt to move towards the customs union and the monetary union and the common market, water matters are not substantially part of the common market protocol. As an example, as is land, for reasons that are historical and perhaps political and geostrategic. I think this needs to change. And we in the movement, the Pan-African movement, especially the women and the youth within our movement, need to make sure that this changes and this conversation is held. It is critical. We started talking about, when I was at the East African community many years ago, over 10 years ago, one of the issues we were dealing with was peace, or rather lack of peace and insecurity within East Africa, within the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. I'm sure those issues still exist. But if you consider the DRC, just as an example, with its emphasis now on cobalt extraction, so the DRC is putting cobalt at the table as a driver for peace. They're basically saying, okay, if you want to come and help us, get us peace in Eastern DRC, we will give you access to cobalt. That's what they're telling the world. But cobalt extraction in the DRC, studies have shown that the rivers around those areas where cobalt is extracted have become highly acidic, with acidic levels up to 4.5 now. They should be about 7. They're now about 4.5, making the waters around these areas unsuitable, unsafe for drinking and unsuitable for agriculture. This is not a matter that is at the table currently, and I think it should be. I could pick any other country where we have challenges of peace and security, and you will find the same issues. And finally, Pamela, you said, what can we do? When we talk about women and youth, when we talk about safe sanitation, when the World Health Organization tells us that over 700 Africans lack access to safe sanitation, that can sound very academic. But what they're actually saying is that over 700 million Africans lack access to a hole in the ground. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about urban sanitation, which has its own complexity. They are talking about access to latrines. What are latrines? Holes in the ground. Surely we should be able to, as Africans, dig holes in the ground. It can't be complicated. Youth, women, all of us should be able to simply dig holes in the ground. When I was a member of the Senate, representing the southern province, we, all of us, senators, MPs, others, we went down to Nyaruguru, one of the districts in the south, to help with sanitation in one of the sectors. And all we were doing was digging holes in the ground, basically, and building them up so that they could be safe. I told the mayor then, and I still believe so, that this was not a useful exercise for support. So, as we advocate, as members of the Pan-African movement, advocate for sustainable water use, which requires shared use and therefore a push for regional integration, we also need to be active in informing, in getting our people to take charge of their own sanitation. And it's not difficult. It does not need, a lot of what we can do does not need donor support. It only requires awareness to clean our environment, clean up our environment, and basically dig holes for our sanitation for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for breaking down the challenge that is already there and also what is ahead of us. You've just made me remember that yesterday I was talking to a gardener because I was trying to start a kitchen garden. And then he told me, but this is going to require a lot of water. And he asked me, are you ready for the bill? I was like, yes, 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 because if you look at the prices of vegetables at the market, so it's better to, have them in your kitchen garden. So yeah, the challenge is high, and I'm happy for your call for women and young people to be at the center of this kind of discussion. And Ambassador, you look around you. So we already have women who are going to speak about this. So, and I'm happy because I'm about to ask a question to Your Excellency, probably Egypt with your gift of the Nile. Hopefully you have a solution for this. I don't know. Is that a yes or a no? Yeah, and please share with us, the rest of African countries. What can we learn from your country's experience with water management?
Thank you very much for this question. But let me first thank all of you for this opportunity to be here with you and to celebrate the Africa Day. It's my pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Actually, we are a River Nile country, but we are the last country in the downstream. So for Egypt, we are suffering from water scarcity and water poverty because we are dependent on the Nile, like 98%. We rarely have rain. It's like 18 millimeters per day in the whole. That is once or twice a year. So for us, making use of what we get from the River Nile is very important because we only get, our share is 55 million cubic meters. And what we need actually is 120 million cubic meters. So to manage this gap, we are using a lot of technology and we are having something called the triple treatment of water. We are trying to use every inch of water that we have to use it once and twice and 3 times to have the water for drinking, water for industrialization, water for agriculture. This is all happen, within a national strategy and national initiatives and projects, to keep up with the growing challenges concerning the growing population, the development, the economic and social development, the industrialization that we hope for. So all this puts pressure on our national resources, especially water that is already scarce. That's why we depend on youth and women to help us within this people-centric approach, because at the end of the day, the one that usually implement are primarily women with water, for example, and the youth are our engine for change and for innovation, beside the private sector, of course, because the private sector is playing a very important role. For example, we have this initiative or program called Haya Karima, or Decent Life. It aims at, ameliorating the condition of living in the rural areas and the underserved areas. It's like, I think it's 4,700 something small cities that is underserved in the rural areas. So it's like a collective effort between the government, private sector, and the civil society to ameliorate the conditions of living, to provide water, to safe sanitation, and all the basic services that when it's not there. So for that, I think it's one of our main objective, to ameliorate the life and make it livable for those who can't have direct access for water. We have the infrastructure for that. We help by financing from the World Bank and other IFIs that we are happy to deal with, to help with this, because, no one country can cover all the budget of any country cannot do with that. So we have to deal with the private sector, with the IFIs, with all the developmental partners to help us to fix this gap. As the distinguished speakers before me and His Excellency said, water should be the vein of life for everybody, and it should be a reason for prosperity and peace. So that's why we are trying, to have water as a collective effort to help everybody to access water and safe sanitation. And actually, in this respect, Egypt even have an initiative or a funding mechanism for the Nile Basin countries. It has like $100 million US dollars as seed funding. Its main target is to have to help with the developmental and infrastructure projects within the Nile Basin countries. So we are trying to have our own share and also to help our neighbors and Nile Basin countries to have their own share also of the health and safe sanitation. I can't say more about their importance. They are very important, and they affect the whole society, primarily women and youth, but they are affecting all the society. If they are not met those challenges, it can, have negative effect on our societies, and this is, we don't want to have that. We want to have more resilient, more developed Africa and Nile Basin countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I believe those are lessons we can learn from you, despite your own situation. Thank you so much. Honorable Senator Dr. Valentin, there is a fact that keeps coming in these conversations, that women and young people are the most affected by water and sanitation challenges. What do you think we can do as women and young people to be leaders in the solutions instead of, just staying, part of the victims or the problem?
Thank you so much, Pamela. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, Chairman of Pan-African Movement-Rwanda chapter, and colleagues in the room. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share and discuss an important topic around water availability, water sanitation, especially focusing on women and youth. But before you jump on what youth and women can do, I really want to come back on some statistics, though it has been discussed and presented by the previous speakers. I want to come back on that before we can talk about what can we do, because those are the basis of what we can think in terms of what can I do to improve water and sanitation in Rwanda, but even beyond Rwanda in Africa. So we talked about the 400 million, but if we break down, what does it mean? It means that nearly 1 in 3 people in Africa face water scarcity. So even in this room, if 1 out of 3 is suffering from water scarcity, you can imagine the consequences behind that. Another factor that I want to raise here is that per capita water availability, that is, per capita means the total volume of renewable fresh water divided by the total number of the population. So for the continent, the whole continent, it has decreased by 70% since 1970, 70. So the availability of fresh water, that is what we call per capita water, it has been decreasing continuously. Another factor that I want to talk about before I give my opinion on how we can invest more into water and sanitation, it's about climate change. Climate change today is real. It's not something that we talk, that will come in the future, but it is already here. I can talk about every year the World Meteorological Organization releases the climate outlook. The 2024 climate outlook showed that we've passed, we went beyond the global commitment of not increasing 1.5 degrees Celsius in a year. So we went up to, globally it was 1.55, so we went beyond, above, I mean. But for the case of Rwanda specifically, usually we were between, the increase was between 0.6 and 0.8, but in 2024 alone, we went up, we increased by 1.12. So we are close to the average of 1.5. What does it mean? It means that the temperature is increasing. The climate change is here. So we are experiencing rising temperatures, and if we look at, they are shrinking vital natural water towers. For example, the glaciers on Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya, they are projected to vanish by 2050. They won't be there in 2050. So I wanted to come back on these key statistics to show that there is need for innovation, for technologies that would help us to live in that world where we can survive and do something about human health. And as you said, women and children collectively spend up to 40 billion hours annually working long distances to fetch water. So that is one of the impact on women and children. And when it comes to health, poor water quality and inadequate sanitation results in devastating health outcomes, as it was presented by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Today, over 100 people in Africa die every hour. Over 100 people in Africa, they die from diseases linked to contaminated water and poor hygiene. So there is urgency for new solutions, and specifically for sub-Saharan Africa, the costs that was presented by the Right Honorable Prime Minister again was 4.5 on GDP. For sub-Saharan Africa alone, it's now 5%, the cost on GDP. So allow me to come back to Rwanda's situation. I also want to talk about the 90%. We are all happy that Rwanda has made such progress to improve the drinking water, where we have 90% of households that have access to that improved drinking water. You may think that opportunities are limited for investment, but there is a room for improvement and in terms of improvement in terms of sanitation, because for these statistics, there is a cleanness gap. Because why 90% use an improved source, but only 19% of systems meet the strict UN criteria when it comes to safely managed water. That means water that is free from contamination, water that is available when needed, and water located on a premises. That means today, though we have 90% access, those who have pipes in their homes are only 19%. So there is a room for improvement and for investment, because I was called to motivate or to call on women and youth to invest in that. And on top of that, though we have 90% access, we still meet water losses. According to the Auditor General's report of last year, 39% of water is lost. And it's worsening because in 2017 we were at 38. So meaning that we need to do more around this. And if you talk about the National Strategy for Transformation, I said that today we have 19% of households who have pipes in their homes. The target for NST2 is to have 50%. I don't know how far we are now. Maybe my sister Gema will talk about it. But there also there is an opportunity for investment to increase the access in our homes, not far from our homes. So again, I talked about water scarcity. Rwanda, though there is that climate change that I talked about, Rwanda receives abundant rainfall because the rain generates renewable freshwater resources of about 6.8 billion cubic meters annually. On top of that, we have dense hydrotrophic network, where including about 4.5 to 5 billion cubic meters of groundwater, but also we have over 100 lakes covering roughly 149,000 hectares. So we do have water in the country. Unfortunately, Rwanda is still classified as a scarce country because what I talked about, the per capita renewable freshwater, we are still at 700 cubic meter per inhabitant per year. And for a country not to be classified as a scarce country, it has to be 1,000 or more than 1,000 cubic meter per person. So there it's another opportunity for young people and women to invest in. Later on, I will show how, if it is possible. And again, I don't know if I can talk about the opportunities for funding, because when you ask someone to invest into a given project, the first thing that comes out is, where will I get the fund to do that? But it's a matter of having an idea, a good idea. There is also an opportunity to be supported to grow that idea into a tangible project and later on access the financing for that. Maybe I can stop by there, but I started showing the gap and where the investment can be made. And for youth and women, it's difficult to say this is an opportunity for women, but when it comes to funding, I'll try to also show where they can resource themselves once they have a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very, very insightful. And as you just mentioned, let's move to Ms. Gema. Coming from the Ministry of Infrastructure, we would like to understand how Rwanda is positioned to address these challenges of, sustainability, climate resilience when it comes to water infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Pamela. I think it's a very good question. But I want first to start by thanking the government of Rwanda. It's not a long time ago that we started to talk about water and sanitation like this openly. And when we go back to the Ministry of Infrastructure and the 5 sectors that is catered for there, it's not a long time ago that we are really having real financing into the sector. I've been working with the Water and Sanitation Corporation like 10 years ago. I remember I was in the water and sanitation development part, but we were there managing projects without financing. You could be sitting there having a project like requesting 3.5 billion, but on the budget line there was only 200 million. So you could be waiting for 2-3 fiscal years to have that budget to cover the project. So since like 7 or 8 years ago, really had this tangible financing into the sector, and it is really showing an impact. As the Minister of Infrastructure, the Line Minister of Water and Sanitation, all we could start by was having a policy that is aiming to address these questions that we all talked about. The recent policy we have is dating October 2023, and for us it is aiming to move us completely away from treating water as a charity, but turning into a strategic market-driven infrastructure asset that is directly answering our aspiration agenda 2063, SDG 6, and NST 2, and the Rwandan Vision 2050. Since we started this, I also want to share with you that we have been ranked among 3 best performers into the water resources management and water supply and sanitation globally. So that shows we really did something good. However, we are having some challenges that I would like to share with you, though Dr. Valentin talked about it some minutes ago. The first one of the challenges that we are having as the Ministry of Infrastructure is the substantial financing gap into the sector. Yes, we are aiming to go for universal access. We have moved from 87% to 90%. We have increased the sanitation coverage into the country, but we are still facing this financial gap, and it's a kind of recurrent issues. When we go to the NST 2, we are having around 1.3 trillion gap into the financing. Yes, it's a challenge, but it's also a strategy. It's an opportunity for investment. Though we are not really talking
Sorry, Geba, sorry for interrupting. Actually, this panel is also about the participation of the private sector.
Yeah.
So could you also touch on your policies, like existing policies to engage the private sector? Yes. Hopefully they can cover that gap.
I was going to talk about that, but because you asked, let me highlight it now. As you know, we don't have these many PPPs into water and sanitation. We only have one, but we are aiming to have many now. We are opening the sector to make it like bankable and ready for investment. So talking about the opening to private sector, we started by
opening the opportunities to young people, the entrepreneurs into water and sanitation. So we gave them the opportunity to manage water supply infrastructure that basically we delegate to private operators. So we enabled them to have access to financing through BDF, and we kind of facilitate them, showing them where they can start from and where they can reach. And so far now, through WASAC, we are having around more than 30 private operators that are youth-based companies. On the other side, we are also, the PPPs, sometimes they cater for big investment, but we wanted to to break down this big investment, not only thinking about a big water treatment plants, but thinking what if somewhere there is a water source that someone can be protecting and, and be able to supply clean water to the surrounding environment. That is why we came with a framework that is enabling loan investors, like less than 500 million, and below. So if you have this, we try to facilitate and make it easier for them. For some PPPs, we went through BRD, so many complicated processes, but we said, okay, with these small investors, they can be managed through WASAC, Water and Sanitation Corporation, and the steps are easier. So instead of spending so much into following up with the big PPPs, we broke down those investments, not catering at least small areas, but also supply clean water to small villages or small population located in a given area. And also, we are having another utility, not government-based. Many of us, we are only aware of water and sanitation, WASAC, here and there, but there is also Water Access Rwanda. Through those small investors, so they can be, they are providing solutions, not to big or to big areas, but they can go to a given scarce area, dig a borehole, treat water, and supply clean water to that areas. That is what we so far did into water and water supply, but we are also aiming to develop more on the side of sanitation. Not thinking only on big investment, but what if we go small and we go with solution really oriented to specific areas and let people be engaged and be able to provide those solutions to those areas. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have 4 panelists here, so this space is relatively small, but we would like to hear from you, to hear from people who work directly with the communities, because we are talking about people-centered approaches in addressing challenges, issues related to water and sanitation. So I would like to welcome Mr. Eugene Dusingizumuremyi, Country Director for Water for People, if he's around. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much to give me space. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, thank you for inviting us to be part of these discussions. These are really very important. As really the Director General of Water and Sanitation said, this is very important to have this discussion around water This gives actually an opportunity for only investors and policymakers, but also for civil society to raise the voice of people who are in need of water and sanitation. In Africa, it's always good to repeat those numbers, as Ambassador said. There is something the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia said, cost of inaction. Africa is losing over 200 billion annually because of lack of investment in water. You can imagine if Africa can invest in water, how much we can be prosperous. So water is really a basic need, it's a human right, but also can really contribute to the African economy, to the well-being of people. As someone who is coming to the space of civil society, philanthropy, we are more involved in supporting enabling environment where we always collaborate with the government, private sector, to ensure that everyone understands why to invest in the water. For instance, NGOs, civil society, we always look at how catalytic investment can be mobilized to showcase that the technologies used by Egypt is really possible in Rwanda, is possible in Ghana, is possible in Uganda, South Africa, everywhere. Those catalytic investment are really usually mobilized by NGOs, civil society, to showcase that it's really possible. There is no way Egypt can use advanced technologies to treat water from the sea. Singapore can do the same, not Rwanda. That's why we usually, civil society, NGOs, they come in to make sure that we can mobilize those catalytic investment to support different governments to invest or unlock some of the investment required to bridge the gap. If you look at the numbers again, Africa needs over 50 billion USD to achieve SDGs. If you look at the investment done currently is between 10 billion and 19 billion, which means there is a huge gap, more than 50% of gap. I don't think the governments alone will be able to bridge that gap. So the government needs strategies to attract investors in water, as it is done in energy, as it is done in the other sectors. Water and sanitation sector used to be thought as like a government business, which is really not the case. If you look at the developed countries, to be able to achieve universal access, sustainable water and sanitation services, private sector played a big role. Thank you, Chair, to invite the private sector here to make sure that they are exposed to this opportunity and they can really see how they can really invest in this sector, which is really very important for public health and economic growth. The other thing we really do as civil society NGOs and in collaboration with philanthropists, we usually look at the market-based solutions. In the past, community members, they used to think that water is a free good. Though, as Gemma said, we have utilities, we have service providers, they need high operational costs. Those operational costs, they need to be mobilized from the service fee. That's why all the countries, they didn't need tariff to make sure that they can cover those operational costs as well as part of the investment cost. We usually support the governments across Africa to understand that they really need to promote market-based solutions to ensure sustainable and climate-resilient water and sanitation services. We usually support also the private sector. which is the most important to ensure they have that capacity to invest and to sustain the technologies imported from different countries to ensure sustainable access to water and sanitation service. Last but not least, I see Pamela maybe might be running out of time. The last one, we do advocacy. Just 1 minute. We do advocacy. Advocacy is the most really important. I think Pan-African movement is now the right time to make sure that Pan-African movement can really do advocacy around more investment required in water to ensure that Africa can mobilize more investment required to achieve SDGs and national targets across the continent. So in addition, you can have more investment, billions and billions, without policies supporting actual private sector to come in or streamlining how those investments are going to be invested. That's the most important, to ensure that the policies are really supporting or just helping actually the governments to invest in the private sector, PPPs to achieve the national goals and SDGs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really commend the contribution of the civil society, especially when it comes to advocacy. We would like also to hear from Ms. Yvette Ishimwe, if she's in the room. Do we have Ms. Ishimwe? All right, thank you. Protocol, yes. So Ms. Ishimwe is the CEO of Iriba Water Group, which is a social enterprise helping communities have access to affordable and safe water. It's not working. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Pamela and distinguished panelists. As you mentioned, my name is Yvette. I'm the founder of Iriba Water Group. And as an entrepreneur, a young African entrepreneur, working with schools and communities directly to make safe drinking water accessible, it's my pleasure to share a small reflection of what we're learning on the field. And I think one of the greatest opportunities that we have on the continent is to stop seeing water access as only an infrastructure challenge, but as an ecosystem challenge, where governments, young people, private sector, civil society organizations, children, each has a role to play. And when that ecosystem works, water access doesn't become just a basic need, just an infrastructure. It then becomes actually a catalyst for livelihoods, for jobs, for economic prosperity. And in our experience, deploying water ATMs in communities, we work with young women who run them as their own businesses. And we've seen this really help our infrastructure stay sustainable, because this person who is running it is not just a beneficiary. He's actually no longer a beneficiary. He's a service provider. And that service provider is benefiting from it and also contributing to make it accessible to the rest of the community. When you put it in a school, we need to be able to see how do we create other opportunities around these infrastructures, which means how do we create jobs, technical jobs? How do we make sure that the children understand that this infrastructure is something that is needed by them, that they can actually make work? And so I think it's really very important that we back, maybe my two asks, first to the fellow young people here in the room. let's see these gaps, because water is such a big ecosystem. We need capacity building, we have irrigation, water for agriculture, water access. It's a huge ecosystem. And let's not just see the gaps as just gaps to discuss and cry about, but see them as opportunities. These are business opportunities for everyone here. And my second ask to government officials here, financing partners, let's back models that are already working. Create room for them to grow. Sometimes we reinvent the wheel. Sometimes we are financing new ideas, but again, it's really just recreating the things that could be accelerated, that could be, grown. Not only grown, but really grown fast and rapidly, because water access is a basic need. We shouldn't be talking about 700, 400 millions of people with no access to such a basic need. We can't talk about this for how many years, This is something so urgent that we need to really act with urgency and make it work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yvette. It's really powerful to hear what you are doing down there with the communities, and especially putting them at the center of solutions. Let's hear from Jean-Baptiste Uwimana. He's the president of Peat Emptying Association in Rwanda. Is Jean-Baptiste in the room? Great.
Thank you very much. My name is Jean-Baptiste Uwimana. I thank you for this opportunity to share about our association. Is an association of peat emptiers in Rwanda. We started in 2019, and now our association is a member of Pan-African Association of Peat Emptiers based in Dakar. For most African countries uses non-sewer system. Here we use the channel of self-containment, where we empty when it is full. We use trucks and the other equipment for collection, for disposal site. However, as Africans, peat emptiers, we face some challenges. In this context, we need spread of awareness to our community in the safe use of toilet. To the case of our forum, the facilitation of access to finance for investors for any transportation of wastewater to get a proper equipment for safe emptying process. To the case of our forum, the government of Rwanda, through partners, they facilitate our members to get a loan at a cheaper interest rate. There is a need of enough waste disposal infrastructures that are well located based on where the waste is produced in the country. These modern decentralized infrastructures are needed to treat, dispose the waste water for environment protection. In conclusion, I would like to end my discussion thanking everyone for your kind attention and encourage our utility, our unity as as Africans in our journey to a more sanitary world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm liking this conversation because with your intervention, we are trying to translate the numbers into real stories, you know, from the ground, from the communities. So back to the panel, I'm going to give you a few minutes each to give us practical recommendations, because I don't want us to move from this room with the same information we had before and with the same, you know, ways of doing business. So we are looking at practical recommendations. What are we going to do? Because we have seen, comment est-ce qu'on dit l'ampleur en anglais? The magnitude, thank you. So we have understood the magnitude of the challenge. We have touched on the gaps in investments. We have understood how all this is impacting women and young people. So what are we going to do next? So allow me to start with Your Excellency, Ambassador, because you wanted to react on oh yeah, okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I just have a small remarks on the first intervention concerning the technology transfer and whether that maybe Egypt can transfer technology to Rwanda, for example. Actually, we are doing that. We have an MOU between Egypt and Rwanda concerning water management, water resource management that was signed in September. And actually in January, we signed the implementation plan for that. And technical teams from Rwanda are going to Egypt and Egypt coming to Rwanda, so we can exchange our expertise in the field of water resource management and having an action plan for, especially for Rwanda, because we have the same needs but different environment. Both of us, we need to increase our space for agriculture. But in Egypt, we have a lot of land and no water. Here, you have a lot of water and small land. So we are trying, you know, to maximize our benefit, both of us, and to help the Rwandan country, you know, to make use of the little. It's not so little, but it's different because you have the hills and everything. But I think it's a very good example of how we can benefit each other and how the technology transfer and expertise between the African countries, that we can help each other in this particular issue, especially with water and sanitation. The other thing concerning the private sectors, the civil society, I think in Egypt we have some very successful examples of having this partnership, the PPPs, concerning the water treatment project that I was speaking about. We, I think last week or something, we have inaugurated the new Delta projects. It's a water treatment project, and it's a very big one. It's one of the largest water treatment facilities in Africa, and I think in the world, I don't know. But it's a very big one, and it's implemented by Egyptian private sector companies. Some of our biggest companies, like Orascom and the Arab contractors, are the ones that are implementing that. I think this can be some of the recommendations that you hinted at. I think we have, as Africans, we have to use the Unity Day to unite and to exchange the expertise between each other and to learn from the success stories that each of us has, to give it to the others and to accommodate it to the circumstances, the environment, the business environment, the expertise of each of us, because this is how we will enrich each other. I think we have to give the utmost attention to women and youth, because they are the drivers of the future. So it's not water, but education and innovation is very important for them. And if we want to have better future, we need to have better mothers, better children, better education, and to give them the quality of life that will make them able to innovate and to give their countries the best of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to negotiate with the MC because when I looked at the agenda, I realized that lunchtime is at 1 o'clock and I don't want to stand between you and your lunch. So, moderator, can we have a few more minutes, either for the panelists or just maybe 2 questions? Is that a yes? How many minutes?
Let's say 10 past 1.
10. So this is the deal. We are going to have 2 questions, 1 minute each. 1, okay? And then we come back to the panelists. So if we have burning questions, I can see 5 hands up already. What do we do? Okay. Thanks for the formula. 1 for the left, one for the left, 1 from the right. Protocol, you can help us and make sure it's gender balanced. 1 man, 1 woman. 1 minute. Protocol, can you help people with the microphones?
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Fode Bangura and I'm a student at the African Leadership University. I'm a Sierra Leonean. My question rather would have best be answered by WASAC. It's very unfortunate a WASAC representative is not here, but nevertheless I think the Ministry of Infrastructure can take their place and answer my question. My question is what mechanisms that exist for residents to provide feedback or report system failures in terms of water accessibility? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have another question from this side? Straight to the point. Thank you. So now it's protocol that is going to finish my minutes.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I wish to thank the panelists. Let me just give a few information, a few data. The reason why I'm doing this is because we have now started thinking of investment in water. We have forgotten that 70% of our rural African communities are people who are poor, and therefore they cannot afford water that will need water, basically. I also wish to say that SDG 6, which is water, it underpins all the 17 SDG goals. Somebody said that, I also wish to say that we have 85% of the African water table is shallow. And if I go by what is the theme, a people-centered and market-driven strategy, we need to be looking at ways of getting this water to our rural communities in the most simple ways and in the ways they know best. Because if you improve water attainment in a way that is known by the rural communities, they own it better, and it becomes less costly. I wish to give an example of Rwanda, not because I'm Rwandan, but yesterday as I was preparing for this meeting, I started looking for a country in Africa that has got, as a principle of socioeconomic development, homegrown solutions. I only found Rwanda. Not because it is my country. When I looked at the Constitutive Act of the African Union, I wish to see something that talks about developing or enhancing homegrown solutions for African problems. I did not get it as a principle. I looked at 4, which talks about the principles that need to be enhanced. I wish to say that some of these problems, like His Excellency the Ambassador Sezibera said, would just be addressed not by big budgets, but by using appropriate small cultural technologies that we already have. I wish to say that in every African community, it is easy to, it is a local cultural technology to dig holes and access water. With the shallow water tables, what can we do to make sure that we get water to communities using our own local methods, which may be improved? As an example, in the Rwandan culture where we don't have water, they dig holes, and they use what is called umunago. But we can use our appropriate technology and think of a pulley system, which would be maybe upgraded to a solar-run pulley system. That would reduce a lot of budget, and we would not be talking about billions.
Sorry to interrupt you. We want just to keep it brief.
Briefly, I'm giving 2 solutions. PPP is very important, but let's also try and use the methods that we already have to solve our own home problems, using our own homegrown solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, on the additional minutes that the MC gave me, I have 2 free minutes for the fastest person ever in this room. No one?
Hello. I'm called Mutes, Commissioner in Disability. I would like to thank the presenters, the panelists, for the good presentation, highlighting on water and sanitation. I have a question that how can the government, civil society, ensure that water and sanitation facilities are fully accessible for persons with disabilities in both rural and urban areas? Again, how can disability inclusion be integrated into national water and sanitation and hygiene policies and budgets? What measures are being taken to ensure accessible toilets in schools and health centers and public institutions? Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mutoni.
Hello, thank you, moderator. My name is Ndamkunda Inoso from African School of Governance. I have one simple question, I think especially for Her Excellency Ambassador of Egypt or anyone else here. So my question is, what practical reforms are needed for Africa to achieve water and sanitation security under Agenda 2063, while ensuring long-term financial stability and local ownership? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe the organizers will be able to give us other ways of channeling our questions and feedback, even after this conference. Thank you so much. So I think I will go first with Ambassador Sezibera. You may touch on sorry, I forgot the name, but she kept mentioning or referring to what you said, and then you can also give your recommendation as requested. Thank you.
I think the only thing I have to say is that this conversation is not happening as much as it should at the continental level, and even at the regional levels. So my recommendation would be that the Pan-African movement, as they've begun this process, push this agenda. Because water as a shared African resource is not on the table in a meaningful way. As I said, so is land. And I think this needs to change, and this can be the impetus for change. The other questions, I guess, were asked of my sister from Egypt, who've had centuries of technology in the water area.
Thank you. Actually, for the last question, because it was addressed to me, I think the latest Africa vision for water it's the Africa vision and policy for water that was adopted in February 2026 and agreed by all the African countries can be the basis for our cooperation in the coming period. For technology transfer, I think on the government level, it's happening. Private sector, we have to discuss that because I think private sector have to have more incentives to be more aware of the importance of being part of this endeavor because they are the civil society, they are our brothers and sisters that have to help with this inevitable challenge that we have to face all together. As we said, with all of the statistics, water and sanitation is not a luxury, it's an immediate necessity for our societies that we have to face. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Valentin, I think you will maybe share some reflections on Yvette's asks, yeah, including leveraging on existing working ideas, yeah, among other asks, and then Motoni. I think her questions are addressed to you.
Thank you so much. I think learning from the experience of others who already are investing in the sector is very key. I know that Water Access Rwanda do provide trainings. So you have the knowledge, you have the competencies. It's a matter of looking for opportunities to learn more, but mainly to have a good idea that can be translated into a project. When I was presenting the first intervention, my first intervention, I talked about opportunities because we do have Rwanda Green Fund. I know everyone knows it in the room, commonly known as FONERWA. I don't know if you are aware that it funds green projects in private sector. They do have two facilities. They have an EGO facility that fund government projects, but they do also have IREME project that funds support private sector. Under that IREME facility, there are two sub-facilities. One is a grant, which goes up to 300 million francs. It's kind of a de-risking fund to support startups before they get credit. So they have another facility that is a credit facility that is managed by BRD. And I know that water, if you want to pump water and using renewable energy like solar, you can get access to that facility. Here I'm saying it so that the youth who are in the room and even outside the room and women can try that to get access to that facility, but also not inventing, because I know maybe the implementation of the project can be different from one side to another, but the main technology would be the same. So learning from the existing ones, like the one of the presenter said, is very key. But also adapting it to the situation where you are is also another aspect to look at. So it's a matter of having a good idea, nurturing it, and getting access to the fund under Rwanda Green Fund, specifically under Ireme Invest facility. As you grow, you can gain access to other facilities like the one that was presented for women at African level, AFAWA, but you have to start more and grow. This week, we were on the field as senators under the commission, the committee in charge of, we were looking at the employment, but we found a relevant issue in the Eastern Province, specifically in Rwamagana district, where we are establishing as a country an economic zone, a huge one. They have a big issue of water. They are really struggling. Most of the industries there raised the same issue. Yet, there are lakes around, water can be pumped, but even the investors themselves that can work together to access that water, I think that is one area and one opportunity that investors can tap into. And there are different ways of getting access to funds. If I talked, I'm not advertising water access, but I really like what they do. And one of the speakers talked about integrated water resources management. Here we are talking about drinking water, sanitation, but again, due to climate change, in the future we'll need more water for irrigation. So they are trying all different ways. They are providing water for irrigation, drinking water for sanitation. They are providing trainings. They are doing different things, and for that they are accessing more funds to do so. And I'm happy that in the room there are other programs and investment in the same line. And from the statistics that were presented in the room, I'm sure there are so many opportunities. It's a matter of opening eyes, looking around, and try to tap in those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gema, there was a question from, I was about to say the question is from Sierra Leone. But it's because I forgot your name, I'm sorry. And you mentioned that you wanted to ask the question to WASAC. So we are lucky enough to have Gema in the house, both from the Ministry of Infrastructure, but also with an experience working with WASAC. So over to you, Gema.
Thank you, Pamela. Maybe if you give me 2 minutes and not go beyond. First of all, there is a toll-free number for WASAC, 3535. We have our call center, so you can provide your feedback. And we are also on social platforms like Twitter, X, yes. You can also go to WASAC group and provide your feedback. If you allow, Pamela, please, let me give me some, having an African Water and Sanitation System Leadership Symposium. It's a continental conference. We are inviting you to come and discuss especially this issue of investments. We know, we want the decision makers to put priorities on water and sanitation while taking a decision. I would humbly request Honorable Musoni Prote and Your Excellency do so as from Senegal, and also a co-convener of UN Water Conference in December. Please support us to call our African country mates to come and discuss on these water and sanitation challenges. We know we are having 2026 in UAE. We are calling our African country members, our brothers and sisters, to sit together, reflect on what has been done, and how we can confidently step into the UN Water Conference in December in UAE. Maybe I can give 2 highlights or 3 on how we are thinking to accelerate water and sanitation access in the country. We are aiming to increase our professionalism in provision of water and sanitation. We know we are still having some challenges behind technologies, behind financing, but how are we managing what we have? That is one of the things that we are putting on our table to enable the implementation of different projects that are aiming to supply clean water to the population, but also to reduce the non-revenue water, the water losses that we are facing continuously in the country. Hence, we can go to decrease the depletion of water resources like it has been mentioned. And the last one, we are thinking of, we are stepping to having climate resilient infrastructures so that whatever we are now investing in is sustainable and able to do what we aim to do with the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Distinguished participants, do you have pens and notebooks or notes in your telephones? Yes? You have them, because you're going to take notes. So, Ambassador Sezibera, if people forget everything we talked about here, if they forget everything, what can they just remember? One word or one sentence? Because I want them to take notes. Let's go.
Water should be an African shared resource.
Thank you.
Water, I second His Excellency, and water should be the reason for prosperity and peace, and we should all cooperate to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Access to safe drinking water is a right.
Professionalism in water supply and sanitation will help us to sustain what we have and increase more.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have nothing to add. Please help me appreciate our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much for your time and insights. And thank you too for your attention and your contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you also, moderator, for the modulation. I was requested to make 2 notifications, if I would say. One is that for those who have not been able to ask questions, we have the Secretariat here. If we can have those comments, maybe they will enrich our report and recommendations. To also note is that this conversation continues, and the coming Muganda, working with the local government, we make sure that we continue this conversation on our community level. With those few notifications, I wish to note that the 10 minutes that I gave to moderator were taken from our lunch time. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I will request this distinguished audience to use not more than 50 minutes during their lunch time so that we are here on time for the next panel discussion. I thank you very much. Bon appétit. Honorable Chairperson of Pan-African Movement-Rwanda Chapter, Excellencies, Honorables, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is my wish that you enjoyed your lunch. We will now move to the next panel. Under the title, Regional Integration and Intra-Africa Trade, Opportunities for Africa, Sustainable Development. I will invite Fiona Mbabazi, who is going to be our moderator. Fiona Mbabazi is a communications and marketing leader with over a decade of experience shaping narrative across media and corporate platforms. A former primetime news anchor with Rwanda Broadcasting Agency, she brings a journalistic instinct for storytelling into every brand and audience she engages. She is an experienced corporate MC and moderator, having led high-level conversations on global stages, including the World Economic Forum, Aviation Africa, AGRA, and many more. Fiona has interviewed heads of state, global leaders, and industry pioneers, navigating complex discussions with clarity, confidence, and depth. I give the floor to Fiona Mbabazi.
Good afternoon. Mwiriwe neza. Dufite imbaraga twariye. Let's have some energy. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane. His Excellency, the guest of honor, honorable ministers present, ambassadors, fellow Pan-Africanists, comrades, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon one more time. Okay, I am not a pastor, but I want you to turn around to your neighbor and say, let's create the Africa that we want, please. People at the back, I don't see you. Let's say it proud and loud. Let's create the Africa that we want. Well, Africa today stands at a defining moment with a population projected to be at least 2.5 billion by 2050. Now, the continent has both the responsibility and the opportunity to shape its own economic future. And perhaps one of the strongest tools that we have available today is integration. I'm sure that you agree with me. Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area has created the largest ever free trade area in the world by a number of countries participating. Yet, despite this huge ambition, intra-African trade still remains significantly lower than other regions globally. So today's conversation this afternoon, it's not just about inter-trade, but it's also about how Africa collaborates and how we will keep collaborating. It's about how Africa competes, and it's also how Africa grows sustainably together, because the real opportunity is not only in moving goods across Africa, but in creating jobs, empowering entrepreneurs, strengthening regional value chains, and ensuring that development is inclusive and it's African-led. So without further ado, please welcome my panelists. I'll start with Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, Minister Prudence Sebahizi. Please, a round of applause as they join me on stage. I'll call upon Mr. Dennis Carrera, who is one of the biggest businessmen we have in the country today, and an entrepreneur. I'll also call upon Dr. Monique Nsazabaganwa, the former Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and His Excellency Khalid Musa Dafla, the Ambassador of Sudan to Rwanda. Thank you. Please, a round of applause as they join me. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Honorable Minister. Now, Rwanda has positioned itself over the years, as a strong advocate for regional integration and, of course, the AFC-FTA implementation. Now, from Rwanda's perspective, what progress has been made so far, and where do you still see the biggest implementation challenge, or what gaps do we still have right now?
Thank you very much, Fiona. It's a pleasure meeting you again. Let me first of all congratulate the chairman and the entire team for this conference on Pan-Africanism. And also, I recognize all the dignitaries in the room. Good afternoon. I will humbly speak about continental integration in the presence of ambassadors like Ambassador Sezibera, whom I owe the knowledge in this sector. I have seen this morning many more other people who inspired me throughout this career. And on the same panel with Monique, who has been my boss throughout at African Union. So you are putting me in a very difficult position. So, before I speak about where Rwanda is in implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area, I want all of us to be on the same page when we talk about AFCFTA. Do we really understand what we mean? From the statistics that you mentioned, we have Africa as a continent, 55 countries, fragmented, separated by borders, but at the same time, sharing more than 60% of world resources. But despite the numbers and the resources that we have, we are still poor. 1.4 billion people with only about $3.4 trillion as combined GDP. And for those who believe in statistics, the GDP of Africa combined is less than the GDP of a country like France, is less than the GDP of a country like Germany, is less than the GDP of Japan, and yet the number, we're as big as China, we're as big as India. So it's a shame on us. And that's when the idea of having a continental market came about. So if we come together with all those resources, can we achieve something that is meaningful, that can take our people out of poverty? So the journey has been so long. Integration of Africa started back in 1963. That's why when Monique speaks about Agenda 2063, we'll be talking about a journey of 100 years of Africa. So AFCFTA is just one of a number of projects of Agenda 2063. But it's a project where I feel Africa has hope, because it integrates our markets, it brings together our resources, and at the same time, we have hope of creating jobs for our people. Now, the journey of Rwanda in the AFCFTA, we start from the beginning. Rwanda, those who remember, the AFCFTA was signed here in Kigali on the 21st of March, 2018 under the leadership of the President Kagame when he was chairing African Union. So, but that was not the start. Back in 2010, we had a ministerial conference here in Kigali that made that decision to establish the AFCFTA, and eventually the agreement was signed in Kigali. Secondly, Rwanda was among the first 4 countries that ratified the agreement. Thirdly, Rwanda was among the first 7 countries that started trading under the AFCFTA in 2022. So which means that Rwanda has always been at the forefront of this journey. So today we are speaking about 50 countries out of 55 that have completed the process of ratification of the agreement, and Rwanda is among them. We are talking about countries that have put in place institutional framework to implement the agreement. Rwanda is among them. We have the National Implementation Committee. We have started exporting to African countries that we never traded with. Countries like Ghana, countries like Nigeria. We have never been in any regional bloc with those countries before, but now currently we are trading with those countries. I will not speak about AFCFTA without reminding people that back in 2006, under the leadership of Ambassador Sezibera, Rwanda made a choice to join the East African community because we thought the only survival of Rwanda, which is a landlocked country, was to integrate with the region. So we joined the East African community, and we are still trading within East African Community Common Market. We have been member of COMESA, Free Trade Area. We are still trading within COMESA. But those blocks surrounding us could not connect us to the West Africa. So COMESA connects us with the north, from Egypt to the south, and EAC connects us to the west, to the east coast, but the only framework where we connect with West Africa and Central Africa is FCFTA. So I would stop here just to give that background so that we understand when we talk about continental integration, what do we mean? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I love the fact that you took us back to the background when we signed all these agreements. But then I would like to ask you then, how can African countries move faster from agreements to execution? Because it's one thing that we all sit together, sign all these documents, but then we do not see it being executed. We don't see the implementation. You see some countries fragmented, moving along, yet they still push us behind the half of those who don't sign. How do we move from agreements to execution so that we stop meeting without answers?
Very good question. I want 2 people to be in this room. The private sector, because the private sector is the one that will drive the market. So we are talking about people driven, but when you talk about market, it's about business, it's about private sector. And when Dennis speaks, I think he will speak better than I because he understands what private sector go through, trying to cross the border. So the private sector is going to lead in practical implementation. The second person I want in this room is the youth, young Africans. When we talk about the vision of the continent, we talk about good programs. We need sustainability. So we do not want to go back. So it's only young Africans who can see the future of Africa in 2063, who can actively drive this continental agenda. However good it can be on paper, without youth, without private sector, it will never happen.
Thank you, I totally agree. I was hoping the youth will say, let's create the Africa we want. Can I see your hands up? Are we creating the Africa we want? Thank you very much. Absolutely. Let me bring in Mr. Dennis. In the private sector lens, as an entrepreneur operating within the region, what opportunities have you personally seen emerge from this AFCFTA and the integration efforts so far that you can say has made business easy, just like we heard from the Minister?
Thank you very much, Fiona. And all protocol observed. It's my pleasure again to speak to this interesting subject. But before I make any comment, let me make one or two comments that are on top of my head. One is, I think in the preparation of such a conference, Mr. Chairman, we ordinarily need to be reminded of the dress code. When I turned up for this African Liberation meeting, I realized a few people were suited up like they're in Lancaster Hall or in the White House. No, I'll spare the minister because of his position. But I can see a couple of ties and maybe remind colleagues that Africa liberation needs to be seen to be done. We cannot preach what we don't do. You remember when the French colonized us, one of the tools was policy of assimilation. Make them talk like we do, so you'll be talking, shaking your shoulders up. Make them walk like we do, make them dress like we do. And we still dress like them, and we come for an African liberation meeting dressed in suits. Of course, this is different from Lancaster House meeting. This is different from White House or the British Parliament. So, kind reminder, Mr. Chairman, as we... And the second important one that I have always shared with the chairman is my worry that we risk having the Pan-African movement remain as a slogan. If you look at what is happening on the continent, sometimes you worry, do we know the difference between the ideas those who started PM Pan-African movements had? Do we know the difference between that and where we are today? Or we simply carry a slogan, and to some young people, you're happy to join something called Pan-African movement, but in reality, you don't know what happens inside there. So we risk to simply keep up with the slogan of Pan-African movement, unless we, as the Honorable Minister said, we convert rhetoric into action. And this is one of the biggest challenges in all these conferences. Believe me, Fiona, we've been here in conferences, we've been everywhere in East African conferences. Africa is not short of knowledge. When you hear the presentations on this continent, you wonder where our people went to school. Brighter than all these colonizers, people who colonized us. But we only remain at rhetoric, we never put things into action. So that's a challenge that we need, the young ones, the old ones. It doesn't take a lot of effort to move things from rhetoric to action. In fact, I'm one of the biggest proponents of taking stock of what we have done. Minister is my witness here. A few of these meetings, regional meetings I attend, sometimes I ask, why are we making a new agenda? Because we have had agendas in the last couple of meetings. So of all these agendas, we had action points. So why don't we have a conference where we take stock of everything that happened in meeting 1, 2, 3, 4, and in meeting number 5, we look at what was done and what was not. But I'm sure Ambassador Sesbera knows, the resolutions of the East African community, resolutions or directives passed by the summit directives, this should happen, by the heads of state. Of those, 86% were not done. Summit directives. I hope, Ambassador Sesbera, by the time you left, that was the situation, and it has probably gone worse. So summit directives are not done. Resolutions of meetings are not done. When, at the end of every meeting, there is a very interesting document called communique. Usually a communique is prepared before the meeting takes place. So by the time we get to any of these capitals for the meeting, there's a communique, because technical officers, ministers of East Africa have already been there. Minister is my witness here. They prepare the communique before we discuss. So in short, when we come to discuss, it's formality, and that cannot take us to where we want to be. So my first other call would be, can the way of doing things change? Unless we change the way of doing things, believe me, you'll travel these capitals, you put on your neckties and you go discuss meetings, have lunch and all this, and a good communique read out. little is done in what we do. But now, specifically back to what you asked me, the opportunities that are presented by this interesting market, and as the Minister said, that was signed in Rwanda here. Believe me not, this is the first since the time of independence, from 1959, 1960, 61, and 62, the first transformative economic arrangement on this continent was the SCFTA. And personally, I always say, this was the only chance for Africa. We take it now and make use of it. We don't take it, we are cooked. Believe me. Because if we don't, be under no illusion that there are people out there, our trading partners, name them, I don't want to give particular names, all trading partners, interested parties in the West, in the East, everywhere in Asia, all these are eyeing this animal that we came up with called Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Everybody is eyeing it. And if we are not careful, it is going to benefit them more than it does to us. Do you know how they will do it? They will recruit a couple of African countries to serve their interests and not the African interests. It has already started, by the way. What I'm saying has already started. Some countries are already signed up to act on behalf of Asia, America, where, to serve the interests of them, not the continent. How are we going to stop what has already started? That's a question to you all. So SCFTA may end up very easily benefiting those out there, but if that doesn't happen, then what do? It means we Africans have to go to wake up now and take advantage of the following. Some of the interesting opportunities that come with the SCFTA are strengthening our industrialization. We have industrialization is one of the things we've talked about. It's talked about everywhere, and it's the only way for us to move from where we are, producing for consumption, less and less dependence on imported materials. So we go to industrialization. Industrialization is a process. It cannot begin all of a sudden. You have to go small, piece by piece. That's why, all these industrial countries, that's how they started. Look at Japan, look at the European countries. You go small, they started by making a bicycle, then a car, then an aircraft, and all. This is the journey. But are we starting? And I think where we are in Africa is not a bad place. To an extent, we have started industrializing slowly. We make some things in Rwanda here. There are things made in East Africa here. But we should now bring our efforts together and make good of the energies that we have and the potential that we have. But instead, I will come back to later in the challenges, why we don't do it. But industrialization is one of the things that now should come to a large scale. Let me tell you an interesting lesson, an interesting story. When we were discussing implementation of the CFTA some time back in Addis Ababa, something called the United States U.S. Council of Africa. USA has a council for Africa. Africa has no council for America. But USA has a council for, now, when we go to a meeting in Addis Ababa to discuss as Africans, the leaders of the meeting were Americans guiding us on what we should be doing, including what we should discuss. And one of the things they urged our colleagues from Nigeria was, be careful about SCFTA because there's a lot of production. You Nigerians produce a lot of parts, vehicle parts, steel, a lot of steel. Once you open up the continent, your steel is going to find no market. So be careful. Since you are manufacturers of steel in Nigeria are quite a huge number. They influence the Chamber of Commerce of Nigeria. So they influenced the president initially, if you recall. The president of Nigeria ratified the agreement much later because the Confederation of Industries told him, Mr. President, don't sign. When you sign, our market for steel is going to collapse. You can imagine that kind of thinking. And he held back. So until we had discussions, but who was behind this? I've told you the corporate council. It's called Corporate Council for Africa. So until we form our own Corporate Council for America, you can be sure it is going to take us time. But industrialization is one of the opportunities that presents. Job creation itself, job creation. Let me say this. Lots of our young people are unemployed. And one of the things we see on the continent are challenges, as a big challenge is unemployment. All these movements you see around, Gen Z movement, they are pushing this and this, they want to remove governments, they want to fight. It's because they lack what to do. They're looking for employment. And employment is in this opportunity presented by Africa. But how do we do it? The one thing that we ought to do is open up the borders of Africa. Because who said that we can only work, Rwandese must work here? But as we say this, and I'm glad to Togo, which opened up its borders the other day, but a big question to all of you sitting in this room, Pan-Africa, Mr. Chairman, why are borders of Africa closed? Why? Pan-Africanist slogan, as I said. But we are here, our borders are closed. You need a visa to go to a visa or permission to go to trade with, permission even to take knowledge. Doctors here cannot move services. I'm going to services. Doctors, how many Nigerian doctors are in Kigali here? None. You Rwandan doctors, why don't you operate in somewhere in Lagos? You're not there. So why do we close our borders? So employment is a challenge for Africa, but yet we are still closing our borders. So one of the things we should do is remove all these visa requirements for African countries. Why do we need them? So there was one example 2 weeks ago, I think last week, we clapped for Togo, and I remember making a tweet that Togo has done, but where is the rest of you, Africa? Couple of opportunities in food, the food industry. The population of Africa that the Minister talked about, everybody eats at most 2 meals a day. But the food we produce, we eat it raw. We don't even make money from it. In some communities, they grow much more than they can consume. They produce a lot of it goes to waste. Yet, if we treated this food a little bit, if we added a bit of value, so now this creates, on one hand, it creates jobs, but on the other, small industry that creates, changes this food we produce into more. There's lots of bananas, for example, produced here. Lately, I'm sure you have seen, I've seen in the Kigali markets, banana chips, dried, turned into chips for export. Fantastic. But now look at the potatoes that we produce, look at everything produced in East Africa. Take East Africa alone. Do you know, as East Africa, what we produce here is able to feed the population of USA satisfactorily? But we need to add value, so create some form of industries, simple industries, because we shall advance to the next level of producing cars at later, but at least now we are assembling cars. But let's begin by small industry. At some point, we shall go to medium industry. Then 2063, that Madame Monique is saying, 2063, we should be able to manufacture a car. Why not? But you can imagine, since time immemorial, people produced bicycles, but we can't produce a bicycle in Rwanda here. We can't even produce tires for a bicycle. We can't even produce brakes. Do you know any factory for brakes of bicycles? Anybody produces? So now when the youth are telling you they have no jobs, look at how many bicycles are in Rwanda. Bicycles. Every bicycle is using 2 brake pads, I think. What? Or 4, 2 behind and 2 in front. Who is producing brakes for bicycles? Nobody. So these are some of the simple things that would create employment, create money, and enable us to move to the next step. Because when you produce brakes, the next thing you want to produce something else, and so you advance. Last week I saw somebody in Nyagatare somewhere. A young man decided to create a vehicle. He got a generator, fixed it in front of a wheelbarrow, traditional wheelbarrow, put something behind, and now the man can harvest using the machine. He has put small-scale industry. Reduce the dependence on markets. It's also an opportunity. We do not have to depend on these foreign markets, comrades of this continent. Why do we depend on, including razor blades, including needles, including buttons? Who of you, look at what you have dressed in, all your buttons, all your zip, the machine. Which one is made in Africa? 0. So where are we? What's the problem? So once we start thinking through and being less dependent on the West and out there, we'll crack our heads and say, but what does it take to make a zip? What does it take to make a button? What does it take to make, all these things? Somebody talked about value addition. I don't want to go back to that, but let me talk about innovation. Once you are used on dependency syndrome, you can never actually think, because these things will come. So one of the things we need is innovation. And what should steer us now into innovation? According to you, what should steer us into innovation? Because the demands are there. Africa has a lot of demand of goods and services, too many goods and services. One of the challenges we have in this region that we keep seeing is, why do we need all this? Why there is a lot of innovation? One is we are still closing our borders, but on the other, we are still envious of the other. Did you know? Did you know that, including East Africa, here around us, people are envious. You produce one item here, you produce milk here in Nyagatare, you cannot take it to Tanzania. Tanzania will put a tax that is higher than the production of the liter of milk. You produce it for $2, they put a tax of $4. Why? Simple, because Rwanda should not succeed with its milk. So until we get rid of this whole, sometimes I don't get the right word, it's not even rivalry. Because two poor people cannot be in rivalry for anything. You are all poor, and then you are trying to challenge each other as to who is worse off than the other. I mean, you're all poor people. So rivalry is another challenge that we see, but again, it creates an opportunity that should be taken advantage of to produce. So innovation is one of the things that we need. Look at food items, look at medical services, look at everything to do with animal husbandry, animal resources. Look at the milk we produce. The milk alone in this region. How much cheese do we export? But do we send to the market as enough cheese as Switzerland sends to the world market? Those of you who are good in keeping animals, are you producing cheese? Is our cheese on the highest standard? Then I go to the other thing now called standards. Standards is one other thing that we need to work on. It presents a very interesting opportunity that opens up the market, because if you don't, let me tell you, do you know who sets the standards for some of the products that should be on the market? Did you know, for example, that pyrethrum, which we grow here, pyrethrum we grow in Musanze. In fact, Rwanda is number 2 in the world. The world has only 2 producers of organic pyrethrum. One is Australia, the next one is Rwanda. Organic pyrethrum. Pyrethrum is what we use for storage in some of these stores of cocoa. So 2 sources in the world, Rwanda and Australia. So meaning Rwanda should be satisfying the market of pyrethrum completely. But do you know who sets the standard? United Kingdom sat down and said, you know what? Let's introduce 7 levels of certification. So much so that Rwanda can never fulfill the 7. It must have component XYZ. It must have you chemists. Where were you? They introduced 7 levels of certification. Everything defined by a certain chemical component. You miss this, you lack this. So inevitably, Rwanda could not send its pyrethrum to Ghana here. Instead, we gave our pyrethrum to UK. UK ticked all the boxes, because for us as Rwanda, they had marked as X. You don't fulfill this, X. This one, X. This one, X. So we didn't qualify. So what do? They tell us, send the pyrethrum to UK and sell it to us at only $300 per kilo. 300. Do you know how much? So our pyrethrum goes to UK. Do you know how much they sell it to Ghana? To Ghana, they sell it to $1,400 US. When Rwanda has given it 300. And you know what? They did not add anything. The only thing they removed was the paper for certification. When it goes to Ghana, there's nothing they add. They only change the paper, they say, made in UK and export for Ghana. It took us a whole fight. I remember presenting it to the minister when he was here in SCFTA. A whole fight to say, come on, why is Rwanda having to go through UK to sell its? So it actually had to go to the attention of the two heads of state one day when they met in Kigali here, the head of state of Ghana and our president. And they discussed and said, where's the problem? Why don't we, after all, Rwanda Air goes to Accra every day. So why don't we put 400 kilograms every morning and the game ends there? Why are we going to the UK to look for certification? Won't it work? It will work. Finished. Do you know what happened next? Letter of protest from the High Commission of the United Kingdom in Kigali. Why is Rwanda interfering in our market? Why are they supplying directly? Why are they supplying directly to Ghana? So that noise will never stop, but what we need to do as Africans is to know the game also and play the game according to our own rules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. You've given us quite an insight on this. I'll come now to you, Dr. Monique. Agenda 2063 presents a bold vision for Africa transformation, like we've already had. From your continental experience, how aligned are African governments today in turning that vision into measurable action?
Thank you, Fiona. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I hope that we are not dozing because of, we are well treated at lunch. After actually Dennis, I feel so, how to put it, diminished. Yeah, because he has said it all. What is actually frustrating the business community. And by the way, Agenda 2063, when you look at the aspirations therein, they are just ordinary aspirations. I remember when we had Vision 2020 back in the days, we felt like I won't even be there when it's like we hit 2020. It sounded big, but it's achievable. The challenge has been for the last 10 years that have elapsed, because we are now in the second decade. Really, the domestication within member states has been a bit of an issue. And when we mean domestication, it's not just about ratification of those instruments. Maybe take FCFTA is one instrument, but we have other frameworks as well in infrastructure, in education, in all sectors. We have, by the way, free movement of people, which was signed the same, actually, it's a twin to the FCFTA in terms of African Union frameworks. But guess what? Today, it's only how many? 4, 5 countries? 5 only. From all those years. And it seems like we are just picking, and choosing what to implement and what not. But domestication goes beyond ratification to actually trickle down the administration machinery. And when we are talking of collapsing the borders, for instance, in Africa we have, I don't know how many kilometers of borders inside Africa, 87-something thousand kilometers of borders, plus, I think, minus 165, shared boundaries. And when you talk about collapsing those, then you have to deal with each and every, like offices with their cousin offices across the border. It can be customs, can be immigration, it can be standards, certification, it can be banking, it can be everything. Then it becomes a very heavy vehicle to push in terms of how do you make sure actually it's not only Minister Sebahizi who is talking about the FCFTA, but the FCFTA has trickled down to even the ministry in charge of water, like we were discussing today, and in charge of youth, and in charge of energy, and that is what domestication means. So we find that there is gap that actually technically, even the information, even the sitting together and the planning together, one country and the other at a time, because there's always that coalition of the willing, it will never be that you have 55 of us move at the same pace at the same time. That one is utopic. But at least for those who are like really demonstrating the pilots, demonstrating the effects and the benefits so that the others emulate them. We need a critical mass of that, and it's taking, it has really been taking a lot to get down to that. What also is we need to look at is the institutions that actually, as Africa, we have put out there to implement our collective will. You know, you have started with the African Union Commission, the FCFTA Secretariat, AUD and EPAD, this African Development Bank, the Afrexim Bank, and other multilateral institutions our governments have created to implement these, this vision. We tend to forget that we are the ones who put them up there, and we tend not to source them properly. It could be budgets, it could be also investments, like when you look at these DFIs, development financial institutions, the multilateral we own, you look at their balance sheet combined, very, very small compared to their counterparts in one country. You don't even have to compare even them combined. Like there is this alliance of African multilateral financial institutions that are implementing, all these developmental projects we are talking about. And you find combined they have like $70 billion that is the size of their balance sheet. It's very small when you look at the challenge they have to move. That's one thing. But also the other thing is how we also leverage that collective will we have as countries just to back them. Go out there when it's like they are facing this challenge of credit rating and whatever, how much do we talk together collectively to fight back those quotas that Dennis have mentioned that are not willing to let us do because they see clearly what that means for them. So we need really to take it granular to those details of implementation, and sometimes you find that you fear air, you don't trust each other, because you lack also solutions that can give you comfort. Maybe digital could be harnessed a little bit more. The digital protocol, I think, is going to be our saver, but it's the most difficult to implement because we are talking of, at least when it's good, it's rice, you see rice. But when it's data, when it's secrets, when it's information about, sensitive information, you don't trust so easily. So it's really, it takes maybe the coalition of willing among our leaders to say we are going to start and let those who are ready come and join when they are ready. I think that is what's going to save us and at least give some examples and ammunitions to our youth to say, look, this country A and B, they are doing it and they're fine. I felt bad to hear and watch the news the other day, a country on this continent still chasing Africans and it doesn't matter whether you have a paper or not, you don't fit, you don't belong. We need really to challenge some of those, but in a more pragmatic way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monique. I think, yes, a round of applause, please. I think when Mr. Dennis spoke, most of us, like you said, were like, Africa, what are we really doing to ourselves, But before I let you go, perhaps to uplift the spirits, what have you seen that is encouraging? What's the encouraging momentum so far across the continent based on your experience?
Actually, everything is interesting and encouraging. There wasn't something that was more giving me like, you feel I don't know how to define that state. When you see that others are actually, they're not even shying away from telling you that they're interested in you as Africa. You know, today is this A, tomorrow is another one, because they know Sir A, Mr. A or Mrs. A has passed, and then they also schedule, you know. Those are moments you realize, you know what, we are the only ones who don't know actually the asset, the gold mine that we are seated on. When you see the ambitions and the passion of the youth on the continent, and actually the impatience, I think that one, I liked it when they took us to kept us on our toes, like, actually this, you know, African Union project, what is it? We don't see you, we don't feel you. Like what Dennis is saying, those are things that I tell you when you are someone who wants really, who are genuine, to say, this is an low-hanging fruit. This hunger to actually do things together and implement, at least from the population point of view. I don't talk about, you know, diplomatic governments, whatever. Sometimes things can be more complex than we think, but people, African people, are ready. I believe FCFTA has been that really star among all the frameworks in terms of really giving excitement. But the window is closing very fast because the African people are watching. And if we don't execute something tangible beyond the pilot, we have piloted successfully, but we need to continue seeing more coming organically, not through a pilot. Then they will lose trust in us as systems. That's my fear. But otherwise, everything really about the timing is exciting, the world is reorganizing, and we have now the opportunity to try and capture some of the supply chains, to locate them in Africa, but it demands that we be just smart and organized, and let also some of our, you know, sovereignty, we accept to give it to those institutions who have created actually to negotiate on our behalf and implement technical proposals on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, regional cooperation remains essential for sustainable development across Africa. From your diplomatic perspective, how can African countries strengthen collaboration while also encouraging stronger private sector participation?
Thank you very much. First of all, I have enjoyed several privileges being here. Number one, I would like to commend the partnership between Pan-Africanist Movement and the group of African ambassadors for celebrating the Africa Day and making this conference possible. The second privilege, I'm participating in a panel that including government, honorable minister, private sector, AU perspective. Then we have like a holistic kind of perception to address this problem. And I think we have a regulator, we have economic market-driven policies and continental perspective. The role of diplomacy is to link politics with economy. The third privilege that I'm enjoying that we come after lunch, more energetic, and I will be the last speaker. So for that I have a room just to review some of the previous comment on this panel. To start with, I think before talking about economic integration, how can we harmonize our policies and political actions in the continent? We cannot de-link politics, policies with trade and economy. They're interlinked, intertwined together. And with a world full of conflicts, right now Africa is a victim of what is going on in the Middle East. How Africa is relevant to the global economy, the geopolitics turmoil, Strait of Hormuz right now, value chains, geopolitics. How Africa is still relevant to the global economy, because we are not an isolated continent. We are part and parcel of this international economic dynamics. I think the international community and the global economy needs Africa more than before. Not because, as the Honorable Minister said, we have 60% of the natural resources of the world, but more than that, we have the human capital. Africa will be the continent of the future, not because of the demographic factor, or not just of our natural resources, but because of our will, based on this Pan-Africanist spirit that will drive all us together. From diplomatic perspective of view, regional integration is not an option, it is a necessity to survive. Because if you look to the current dynamics in the world right now, survival for the fittest, the multilateral system and international liberal order is collapsing by all means. There is new dynamics emerging right now. Where is Africa? Are we still be competitive? Just remember one thing. We are struggling at the UN system right now to secure one seat for Africa, a permanent seat. 54 different countries, the biggest bloc in the world, lacking to have a permanent seat in the world. This will give you a comparative view. If we are not compete in the international politics, then we have to be more stronger at the economic side and trade side and be more competitive, because we have the resources, we have the vision, we have the human capital, but how can we be competitive? Second point, which is very important to us, and also linked to the previous point, that how can we be relevant to the global economy? Mr. Dennis before said that we should play with our own rules in the international games. This is need a political strength. This require more unity, require more harmonization. And Dr. Monique also talked about the domestication of all these policies. And we have a lot of constraints. We have a lot of challenges inside. I'll give you one example, statistics, that the intra-trade statistic in the continent is only 16%, while Asia enjoying 60% of inter-trade between member states. If our inter-trade system in Africa, only 16%, how can we compete in the global economy? That means, once again, international and regional integration is not an option, it is a necessity. More than that, look at COMESA for East and South Africa. If you look at the statistic in COMESA, you find a lot of disparities, a lot of changes. For example, the trade between COMESA and SADC region, 30%, while with IGAD, 1%. So there is an evil. We should leveling this kind of interaction and trade, and because there is barrier, there is lack of infrastructure, there is lack of connectivity, but if we have a political will, we can do it for that purpose, for sure. My last point will be that if we are not united together, we cannot be competitive. Regional integration, once again, is our means to the future. All expectation indicators show that 2050, the African continent will be #1 in the world because it will have the biggest market, it will have the youngest population in the world, it will have political will united together. But how can we reach that potential to be very competitive in the international economy? We should put our house in order in Africa first, strengthen our regional mechanism. African Union reformation should go on. And thank you very much for the leadership of His Excellency President Paul Kagame for leading reformation of the African Union, and also Dr. Monique, who was also in charge of that process before the African Union. We have to put our house in order. My last point, people talk about industrialization, but I think for Africa, the starting point is food security. Still we have hunger. We have shortage of food. To be honest, a lot of African intellectuals, they always talk about industrialization, modernization, and global economy. Our rural areas, which represent 60% of the African economy, is still based on agriculture. And we still have a shortage of food. We still have hunger here and there. And still the international community provide Africa with a lot of humanitarian assistance. It is shame on us because we have abundant resources, we have abundant lands, rivers, and all this. This, once again, we should put our house in order. My last point, just a reminder for the audience, Sudan is going through a very difficult time right now. Sudan is one of the ancient civilizations in the continent, in Africa, the cradle of one of the most famous ancient civilizations in Africa. We have the potential to be the breadbasket of the world. We are part and integral of this African value system. But because we are having some difficulties right now in our country, for a militia that is rebel against the state, we need the African support for Sudan to come back to its right path and to be contributing to the development of Africa. Keep Sudan in your mind, keep Sudan in your prayer, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I see we are running short of time, so I would like to open the floor for discussion. If you have a question or a comment, please raise up your hand, your name, and keep it short and simple. Protocol, perhaps you can help me pass around the microphone. But as we wait to get more hands up, I would like definitely to ask or request Honorable Ambassador Sezibera, as one of the forefathers of integration, especially the EAC, what is that one barrier that Africa continues to normalize? Because I know we have protectionism, we have spoken about trade barriers and so many other barriers that we all know. What is that one thing that we keep normalizing year after year, decade after decade, that you feel it's time we should put a stop to it?
Well, I don't know whether I can answer your question, but I can give you my experience. I think I've listened carefully to the panel, and I recall that when I joined the East African Community as Secretary General in 2011, preparing for my first summit, they proposed that we get the heads of state to make 20 decisions. 20. I said, well, okay, that's good, and they were important decisions. So I requested 4. a list of all the decisions that the community had taken before I got to East Africa. And believe you me, decision number 1 of Council of Ministers number 1 of 2001 remained unimplemented in 2011. So I thought it wasn't wise for us to be making more decisions. And I proposed that we do an implementation matrix for heads of state instead. We did that. It helped some. I think it took the politicking out of execution of integration issues. So, as Pan-African Movement chairperson is here, it might help us, maybe, if we want to move forward, if we do not want to simply agonize, but organize, maybe we should, as a Pan-African movement, prepare implementation matrices for our leaders to consider. The African Union has taken decisions. We now have Agenda 2063. East African Community, COMESA, other organizations all have taken policy decisions that remain unimplemented. And I think we need to move into the implementation phase. And I think as Pan-Africanists, our role can be to help advocate for implementation, and an implementation matrix is a very useful tool. So if next year we come for this ALD with the draft of an implementation matrix, I think would have made a significant step forward. For your consideration, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sezibera.
Yes, because we talk a lot, but we don't implement. That is the problem.
Thank you very much. I see our chairman has a comment.
Thank you, moderator. I wanted to agree with him. Actually, before I dropped out, I was doing a research on the level of implementation, at least since 1991, Lagos of Action decision. It's amazing when you find decisions being remade as if they are new decisions. But let's put it there, and it's a pity he has mentioned something that in our logo normally we say don't agonize, organize. And it should always be there. Because my comrade, you see, yes, Pan-Africanism, at least it's all agreed, it's the way to resolve the issues of Africa. But we are not doing it. I want to give my fundamental reason for it. The first one, that the level of consciousness on Pan-Africanism is still very low. So people can sing about it, but they are not committed enough to die for it. So once you get that one, it comes to you. You will get people in positions of power whose political will on Pan-African is low. So handling those two, that's why the Pan-African Movement in Rwanda believes mainstreaming Pan-Africans in the facets of life of the African, especially the youth, in the hope that tomorrow we shall get many leaders in Africa as Pan-Africans, real Pan-Africans. Secondly, low consciousness promotes dependence mindset. And dependence mindset breeds corruption and manipulation. The example you have given of the pyrethrum, clearly the people who are dealing with that issue were not Pan-Africanists until the Pan-Africans met and gave an order. This morning, I had my brother, the ambassador, SG of CFCTA was telling us a story, how he was blocked on the border of Togo. And he was telling the immigration office, I'm going to meet the president. Say, no. President has noticed, if we don't have this one, don't have a visa, you are not entering. So in the end, the word got to the president, and he was made to enter, right? And then he said, oh, that one now should not be there as immigration officer. So if we have different categories of the state officials with a very low consciousness of Pan-Africanism, most of these ones, the planning, the monitoring, will not be done. And that's where we need to have strong. It's good we have Monica there. The organizations that are supposed to be advocating for Pan-Africanism in terms of sensitization, politicization, and so on, are not doing it. And that's a big problem. Secondly, we make bodies to drive integration and the African agenda, and we remove power from them. I think he has given a good example. If the East African community cannot force a member to abide by the rules and obligations they have signed for, we shall not move forward. So those are the issues we should face. So I say don't agonize, organize. First of all, let's hold these meetings to look for solutions. Once you get solutions, let's shout to them. And I really recommend what you have said. Next time, let's sit and say, this is the level of implementation. Why? We publicize, we advocate. Our fellow ambassadors send back home and say, let's make things happen. Because as long as we are fragmented, we shall keep being nothing. So I end with, I think Nkrumah is the one who said, Africa unite or perish. And this morning I gave the 3 processes, the 4. Let's unite, let's grow wealth, let's grow strength, then we shall get voice. That's the order of things. You cannot start with voice when you are poor. You cannot unite when you can be manipulated at will. Thank you. I rest my case. I want to talk about the issue of Sudan. It's not Sudanese. Nothing at all. It's a manipulation for gold. And Sudanese cannot get themselves together and say, we refuse. Because I'm sure if you refuse, they won't force you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now I open the floor. So, yes, sir.
Nikotia. Thank you so much. I want to refer to the topic for this afternoon session, maybe, and then maybe start from there to make my comment. We are discussing, the session is about regional integration and intra-African trade. You can only trade after you have produced, because if you don't produce, you have nothing to sell to anyone. And that is why I am very happy by this afternoon session, because from what I had all the speakers talk about, all of them talked about a lot of things, but all of them seemed to zero in on one word: industrialization. The minister talked about it, Dennis talked about it, the esteemed Monica talked about it, and the ambassador talked about it. Industrialization. It is one word that has defied attention on the continent in a lot of the discussions we have. We'll talk about trade, we'll talk about investments, we'll talk about value addition. We always run away from this word. And somehow I think it is a mindset issue. I think we've been conditioned not to think about it, because if Africans can think about it and go back to the time of our forefathers, because industry didn't begin outside. Africa had industries before even the colonialists came. Somehow we steered away from it. But we need to focus on industrialization and think about it every day, all of us across the continent. And I'll tell you why. When the Secretary General was talking to us in the morning, he said that intra-African trade is growing. It now stands at about $280 billion every year. What he did not say, which I think was also very important, is he did not tell us that we are still importing goods from outside worth about $780 billion every year. So we have a deficit of about $500 million, which is a significant opportunity for Africans to be powering money into growing local production, because the market is already there. We're not looking for it. We are spending billions to go out to import goods we consume, and in doing that, we're exporting jobs, we're exporting livelihoods instead of building them here on our continent. And that is why I was very happy when the panelists talked about industrialization. There's another reason that I think talk about industrialization is extremely important, and I think Dennis talked about it very briefly when he was talking about creating jobs for our youth. This is the reality that we have today, and I think the moderator started from there when she talked about Africa's population mushrooming to 2.5 billion by 2050. That is in less than a generation. But in the next 25 years, the African population will have doubled, which essentially means that the carrying capacity of Africa's economy must double from what it is today to be able to meet the needs of Africans to live not better lives than today, but to maintain the current standard of living. So, in terms of growing the economy, we must build the same level of industries that we have today and build them in 25 years. We must build the same number of roads, same number of clinics, same number of schools to be able to meet the demands of double the population that we have today. Now, I don't know what other people think, but from where I stand, I think we are facing a serious economic and development emergency. I don't think business can continue as usual. And that is why there is a sense out there that the demands of Africa's future, the demands to create to expand the capacity of our economy to meet the demands of 2.5 billion people that are coming on this continent the next 25 years, requires that we begin to treat the issue of industrialization as an instrument for expanding our economic capacity as an emergency that must be handled by all stakeholders, not to just leave it to the private sector to do, or to government to do, or to the social society, civil society to do. No, it is something that requires that all of us pull resources together to be able to meet the challenges staring us in the face. And the question I want to ask the panelists: can industrialization, or whatever you call it, but they need to expand the carrying capacity of our economy, be treated as an emergency rather than a normal economic planning exercise? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I am Joseph Senjimana. I have been ambassador to the African Union for 5 years. And I thank the Pan-African movement for convening this meeting and let people speak about the problem of the system. I think there is an important area and which is considered as something inamovable. It is the principle of sovereignty of states. Decisions are taken, very good decision, but for implementation, there is a need to ratify from the countries. And you have seen many decisions taken during the summit, and after 15, 20 years, they are not ratified. That is something which needs really to be changed. People or countries have tried to go around by the group of willings. Monique told about it. But it is limited. And in my view, it is very important that at the summit, many principles, but essentially the one I told about, the sovereignty, has to be reopened and confronted with the reality if you need to move. Time is of essence. And sometimes countries vote for the decision, but they know that back to the country, they will not ratify. So there is a problem of giving sense to the decision taken during the meeting and the real implementation. I think Dennis told about such things. There is a game sometimes during the summit of the African Union. People come, but they know that the decision taken will not be implemented. And I am asking myself how to change such principles in view to be more implementing, more acting than just take decision knowing that they will never be implemented. This is my contribution. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I have a few minutes left. I see, let's start at the back. I see gentleman in black on this side. On this side, yes, the young ones after the back, yes, please. Your name?
Thank you. It works now. I'm Amos, and I'm a member of Pan-African Movement-Rwanda chapter. So I have very few recommendations. We are lucky that we as young people, and I'm happy that young people are in the room, and for the FCFTA that has been signed ever since 2018. But sincerely speaking, when I went into high school, I studied something like Bolshevik War, Greece War of Independence, something like Napoleon Bonaparte, which hasn't supported me for the entire of my life right now. So I have a few requests or recommendations that may be value chain or maybe value addition that Honorable Minister and Mr. Dennis has been talking about. Starts from the grassroots, right away from primary school to the high school and even to the university. So we've been talking about updating our syllabus, but sincerely speaking, I would be very, very happy to see that the FCFTA is being integrated into our national curriculum for even our children that will be having, to raise up understanding that maybe the FCFTA goes into, Mr. Dens talked about the Corporate Council for Africa, but when you see it from the other perspective, it starts from the other way. So if at least we could have FCFTA studies being integrated into our national curriculum, at least that would, Pan-Africanism is all about mindset for the Africans. So at least if we could have that, FCFTA being integrated into our national curriculum would be a perfect value addition for our entrepreneurs. The other last point is that ever since the agreement was signed, the biggest challenge, apart from the NTBs, the biggest challenge I've been hearing and I've heard from the entrepreneurs, it is the access to finance. Not even access to finance, but access to affordable finance. So I think if we could have at least Pan-African movement and partners coordinate on this, on how at least startups, MSMEs could have access to finance, but affordable finance that could start, that's where the value addition starts. Because you cannot, give me knowledge, there is capacity building, which is very perfect, but what's the sequence of activities? What's after you giving me knowledge? Where am I going to get the capital? So at least we need to understand and have that, straight channel. Resources could be there, but, they have some corners that you can never understand. So at least you could have that, straight channel for the young entrepreneurs, SMEs, and even MSMEs could access that affordable finance would be, a perfect way of implementation. The last one is that we've had a lot of agreements, but I think the FCFTA is so far the biggest, the agreement that has been signed and ratified in the agreements that AU has signed. But what's beyond that? What Her Excellency Dr. Mneka has been talking about the domestication. So what's beyond that? After signing, yes, signing is very important, and even ratification is very more important. But after those 2 points of ratification, signing, for last young people to have ichibuga chestaye guti. So what's on the ground? Mr. Dens has been talking about of the protectionism that the African states has been having. So I think if we could have some good measures that could be accounted for the AU member states, or maybe state parties for the FCFTA, be followed up on not implementing the FCFTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amos. Yes, there's a gentleman just there. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? Yes, thank you so much. I'm by the names of Nkusi David. I teach at University of Rwanda, History and Heritage Studies in the College of Arts and Social Sciences. I am a man of solutions. It's not a question. I bring solutions to you. I want to start with 3 statements that would like us to go with. Food for thought. 1, nothing about us without us. 2, we cannot own what we don't understand. 3, we don't want to see results. We need to be part of the results. These are the voices of the communities we are talking about. We are talking of people-centered strategy. I teach heritage studies. We have what we call community engagement. What are the dynamics? Do we know what we are doing? We are talking about integration. So, at the university level, we need to generate new knowledge. We don't need to always memorize facts or existing knowledge. So how do we get into that? Maybe I start with community engagement or the people-centered strategy. I said I'm bringing solutions. I am working on a formula. I call this formula the Nkusi formula in community engagement. The formula has 4 layers, 3 layers and the outcome. And that's how we have to do things in a systematic way. The first layer is about recognition. Within that first layer, it's about rationale. We need to have what we call, you need to recognize these people we are talking about. Recognition meaning we have to recognize the communities as experts. We don't go as experts, otherwise the level of engagement will be low. We need to respect these communities we are talking about. Don't instill fear. The last one within that layer is about equality, inclusiveness. We need to be inclusive. This first layer takes you to the second layer, which I call knowledge. What do they want? How do they want it? In what context? The second layer takes you to action now. With action, you have to activate the communities. After activation, you engage them. After engaging, you empower them. After empowering them, you mentor them. So you cannot mentor someone who is not empowered. You cannot empower someone who is not engaged. You cannot engage someone who is not active. From those three layers, there is what I call the governing denominator, which is co-creation. You can't talk of engagement when there is no co-creation. The issue of trust, building of relationship, all is embedded in co-creation. So all the three layers you have to co-create with these communities if you want active engagement. So engagement goes beyond participation and involvement. So the outcome, what is the outcome of this engagement process? 1, understanding. 2, the more you understand, the more you value. The more you value, the more you care. The more you care, the more you enjoy. It's not the other way around. We tend to enjoy things before we understand them. That's where things go wrong. We are talking of integration. We need all unity, African unity, East African community. We must have to deal with the citizen issues first. In terms of identity, in terms of trust. For that engagement process, if we can go through that, I think we can have, we can get to the reality. The other issue was about critical thinking, now in education.
Musi, if you'll allow me, I gave you 2 seconds. We've spent more.
2 seconds to give a solution. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, let's adapt the equality and share the minutes. Thank you very much, Musi. Please, a round of applause to him. Yes, I see the student from ALU, I believe.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I have questions specifically for Dr. Monique and the Honorable Minister of Trade. Please excuse me to skip protocol, we don't have time. So straight to my point. Dr. Prudence, my question to you would be, many African businesses, as we know, still face challenges at borders. And this could be like delays of tariffs, cost of procedures, and of course the infrastructure gaps. What concrete steps is Rwanda taking, or you as a Minister of Trade taking, in order to address this particular issue from the Rwandan side? That's my question to you. To Dr. Monique, my question will be, with your previous experience as the Deputy Chair of the African Union Commission, I want to know how important is political stability and peace building in terms of the success of regional integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, just one, yes. Yes, one more.
Thank you so much. My name is Etienne Nuvumuchiza. I am from African School of Governance. I'm also a Pan-Africanist. I wanted to argue that Africa is at the crossroad of the 3 opportunities. First is energy transition, and we have what we require for driving the next energy transition phase.
The other one is Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which we are talking about. The third one is an opportunity that our continent has over 60% of population are youth and tending to grow by 2050. And my question is centered around the third, youth. And then, as the theme says, it's a people-centered and market-driven strategy. Firstly, for youth, Africa, only 2% of the youth under 20 are the ones who currently manage to attend the university level education. That shows that even though we are activating the AFCFTA, there is a need for also to invest a lot in education. And of course, if it is education, as my colleagues was talking about, it's a decolonized education system where our students can innovate and also understand the context. The other one is the issue of standard. Mr. Dennis was talking about the externally driven standards. And of course, most of our youth and women, they are startups, very small business. And if the standards are being driven outside of our countries, outside of our continent, it is not easy for infant business to meet the standard which are within our intertrade system, to make sure that we engage in cross-border trading. We should revise our standardization of the product to make sure that our business, our young entrepreneurs can really trade across the continent. Especially, I propose that we can establish the standard approach which are fit for our young entrepreneurs with very low standard. Otherwise, these opportunities will be captured by big industries, big firms, which are not, while our youth and young people are not meeting the standard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over back to my panelists. Minister, we've had lots of comments and questions, including the one on standardization, on how to lower them, but also to ensure that there's a balance in between. Maybe also Dennis will touch on that, as we also asked Dr. Manikamit.
Yeah, thank you. Let me first of all thank all the interveners because you have shared your thought and we have taken note. I will start with the last question of Etienne, because he touched on something that will also assist me to answer to the question of awareness creation and engagement of the community. So when we talk about opportunities in the FCFTA market, it's not that everyone is going to be expert in FCFTA. But FCFTA is going to touch the lives of everyone in one way or the other. So, what I very much agree with Etienne, if you want to take advantage of FCFTA market, you first have to think, what do I produce? So if you're not producing, then the second question will be, what skills do I have? If the FCFTA is going to create a job, do I have skills? Or do I just have knowledge? Because there is a serious gap between knowledge and skills. You may know so many things, but not know how to do them. So there is a serious gap. We have to start building skills that will take us to that market if we want to take advantage of jobs. If we want to sell our products, then we have to produce, and we have to be aware of the standards and other requirements of the market. So, to the question of a gentleman who asked about infrastructure gaps and what practical steps that we are taking as Rwanda, there are three things that we take very seriously in the ministry of trade. Industrialization is number one, as Ambassador Williams said, because if we don't produce, really, we are not a player in this market. Then secondly is logistics. Logistics, when you talk about logistics, it's a whole ecosystem that will connect products, people to the market, from the production to the consumption. So infrastructure goes hand in hand with logistics. It requires a lot of money to invest in building hard infrastructure, but we can change the way we use and utilize existing infrastructure through harmonizing the systems, easing the bureaucracies, digitalizing the systems, making them interoperable, the clearing system. So infrastructure is not just about what we see physically, it's about how we utilize them. And these are the concrete steps that we are taking now beyond building the productive capacities through industrialization. Then third, which will complement the two, we are looking at the requirements of the market. So what are we doing to support producers and exporters who want to access the AfCFTA market? So my last comment is on what Professor Ngusi formula talked about, and Amos' request about including AfCFTA in national curricula. Both of them make sense. Professor Ngusi will assist us to engage the community. The community has to be aware. They have to know, they have to understand what we are talking about. Someone has to put it in a language that will be understandable. Myself, I learn on daily basis. My first professor who introduced me to integration is here in the room, Professor Jean Dora, he's just right there. But I did not learn much about the language of trade until I start practicing this. So there is very little that is taught in schools, at universities about this market. So we have to design a simple curriculum that can be introduced to all students across the board, and then they will link all other subjects to integration in general. And then Professor Ngusi's formula will help us to engage the community and make sure that they understand. So, last but not least, which I think Dr. Monique will speak about, how do we empower existing institutions? Ambassador spoke about sovereignty, the principle of sovereignty. There are millions of decisions that are always made by countries, but remember, when countries meet in a meeting like this and they make decisions, someone has to follow up. So they all meet and leave. So if we do not empower those institutions to follow up on the implementation of those decisions, then we will continue to talk and talk and talk. So I pause here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Dennis, your comment?
Let me also thank those who made comments and questions, and I'll speak to a few of them. The first one, I think, from Chairman of Pan-African Movement is the organize, don't antagonize, but organize. Don't antagonize, organize. Agonize. But I think when you look at some of these slogans, they have been in place for over 50 years or so. I think it's about time we also meet in conference of this nature and think of adopting new slogans to suit the situation in which you're operating today. Some of them I think are very old. Currently, we've been pushing East Africa to change some articles in the treaty establishing East Africa, the one Ambassador says were left, because some of the articles are no longer relevant to the current situation. The way we trade, the way we communicate, the digital systems of everything has changed. So I think it's about time we change the way we engage each other so that we become meaningful. And I'm also thinking that, Chairman, if we could have an African conference of this nature and we adopt new methods of work, there's something called, Professor Kevin Scholes wrote something called amorphous architecture of management, doing things a different way. Because there's what is known. It's like we have this theory of homegrown solutions in Rwanda. Some of the things we do here are not in any book, but they are very good results. The other thing is what Ambassador Williams said, can industrialization be treated as an emergency? I can't agree with you more. We absolutely need to treat industrialization with the utmost urgency. We have to. Short of that, what will happen is the other nations I told you are looking at us for everything. Remember, Africa has the vast and richest quantities today of lithium, beryllium, and everything. And you know, these are the minerals used to fight all these wars. Now, out there, you can see how many wars are going on. But the producers of the dangerous chemicals are here. So they will come to look for us to make weaponry, to make ammunition, to make all these things. So the sooner we get into industrialization, the better. We can't survive. I mentioned earlier, our only chance is now. We either use it or we will be cooked, as I said. Finished. We'll be chapati to eat. So we can't wait. The other one is sovereignty. The issue of sovereignty. We have been discussing this in all these forums where we meet. The only ask is one, that as Africans, you are so big. We recognize you countries, you are so important, you are so big. Your excellencies, you are so big. But you are excellence of a poor nation. Your people are lacking basic things, including water, which was discussed here in the morning. So excellencies, can you cede some little, this much of sovereignty, just a little, so that the continent moves? Because in any case, you'll be a bigger excellency once your country can produce needles for your people. Once your country can produce gauze for your hospitals. Did you know we cannot produce the basic gauze, you know, gauze, the cotton thing used in hospital to treat wounds? Africans are the best in suffering from wounds. We have the most wounds because we are injured all over the place by the environment we live in. But we can't produce gauze. So every excellence will be happier by ceding just a little bit of sovereignty so that together we can, you know, be able to talk of a little bit of a leap forward to produce something. Then I think Ambassador made an interesting comment. We still see a lot of dishonesty. When we go to Arusha, there's a few friends I meet normally, and we said, we have realized there's a language for the summit inside the room, and then the language outside. And this is what happens. So there's a very good language inside, but when we go out, it's a different story. Everything that was said is not done. So there's a level of dishonesty. I don't know why we don't trust each other. And people who don't trust each other, let me ask, why do we have Europeans with a sense of trust of each other? Nobody takes out the sovereignty of the other. No, absolutely no. In Europe, I argue this over and over and over. When Ambassador says that I was in the East African community, we pushed a lot to have the single customs union under the East African Common Market Protocol. But the single customs union, basically what it meant is development of the one-stop border post, like we see in Katuna, we see in Mirama Hills, Rusumo, one-stop border post. Most of you have been to Europe. Have you ever stopped on the border to declare your goods in Europe? The only thing that gets tired is the truck in Europe. When the truck is tired, these days it even shows you, please park me, I am tired. Park the truck, it rests enough, then you start the engine and go. There's no border. But nobody has taken the sovereignty of the other. So it's a mindset. For us, we still think put policemen, immigration officers, intelligence ones. I don't know, there are 7 agencies in the border. And you ask them, what are you doing here? Why can't a truck move from Mombasa, load my goods, or Dar es Salaam, come and offload in Kigali, come and offload in Rusizi, if that's where the station is? But we still don't trust each other. We have to put all these challenges, and I think somebody asked about the real challenges we still see. Yes, we still have challenges. Non-tariff barriers are still persistent. From the time of, even before Ambassador says, when I went to community, there's a time we had over 500 plus non-tariff barriers. Barriers self-created by ourselves. Policemen put a roadblock. Immigration put another. There are several uncalled for barriers. We still have them. We are doing fights every day, but sometimes you remove 10, 3 are born. We still have a challenge of way bridges. I'm sure some of you know. Movement from Mombasa to Kigali still, there's a couple of way bridges, some unauthorized. So it again takes Secretary General, Minister of Trade, calling a colleague in Kampala, in Nairobi, please remove those barriers. So a level of dishonesty, how it will get out of Africans, maybe we need bishops, and but even among bishops, they also don't agree. Access to finance, I think somebody mentioned it, one of the biggest challenges, of course. While we talk of industrialization, we need money. But let me tell you, Africa is not short of money. I'm in investment, I know what it takes to invest. But the money I go to look for from my partners who are in Europe and where, is not absent in Africa. No. There's a lot of pension, let me give an example. Pension money. Your pension monies. Pension money in Rwanda, in Kenya, imagine East Africa alone. Look at the amount of pension money. One day we went for a conference, an investment conference in Kampala. And when I was reading, when I was going, I read in the newspaper, we had somebody had stolen our pension money here. And somebody was going in court and, due process going on. Because he had touched pension money. When we reached Kampala, we found the same problem. The head of Kampala National Security Board was also undergoing investigation. Somebody had stolen pension money. What does that suggest? It means this money is actually there, right? So my call was simple. Why don't we put together this pension money? Do you know how much pension money is on this continent? If we put it to lending it to Africans, so that if Dennis is looking for investment partners, I don't have to go anywhere. I should tell my sister from Cairo, is there availability of money? What do I need to fulfill? And that way, we even forge partnerships. It makes it easy. Because Egypt has most of the things we go to look for in China. Egypt, the Her Excellency represents there. And sometimes Africans think we've lost the word shame. Some of us have deleted it from our vocabulary. We don't get ashamed anymore. If you find, most of you have been to China, you've seen, we're in the Chinese market looking like beggars. And naturally, because we're Africans, we're asking for where is the cheapest. If Jamache, where is this? Where? Every country in Africa, we are all full in the Chinese market over things that we can produce. We're looking for tiles, we're looking for I don't know what. When Cairo has all the tiles that Africa needs. I've gone to the mountains of Cairo where they produce marble and everything. Everything is there. So if Cairo was able to touch a bit of its pension money and a few other countries, and they lend to African investors, we have the capacity to invest in our continent and change it. We have the capacity. We only lack the understanding, we lack the will. So one of the things I think we should do as Pan-Africanists is, I think I've noted it somewhere, we cannot afford to be silent anymore. I think we are too silent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Monique?
It's my turn. Thank you. And thank you for the questions and the comments. I agree with my predecessors' points. On industrialization, it's clear among the priorities of priorities, we need actually a growth rate of 7 to 10%, and we are only managing 4%. And that's nowhere, even closer to where we should be. Then on the issue of sovereignty, I don't know what we are going to do. You know, even the methods of work, our leaders, our president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, that was one among his first recommendations and decisions actually taken. But implementation we struggled. We are not maybe as courageous as the ambassador says we have been to say, no, let's not take any more new decisions, but let's focus on these old ones. We are still seeing decisions coming every year. So it's really a challenge, and it's right there in the foundational, documents, which when you want to change them, then there's going to be like another war of like opening a Pandora's box again. When will you have actually 55 countries or critical mass of them ratify a new set of, that is when you manage to get to agreeing on a consensus. It's really, I think, sometimes you wonder how we are going to get out of this, we are like really trapped, and trapped so tight. I don't know how we are going to do it, but I believe that we should keep voicing this, keep talking about them, keep really, making advocacy in the private sector, business, civil society, Pan-African movement. Maybe something is going to come out eventually. And I'm seeing some issues. And if we are not going to learn by really like us taking serious decisions, we are going to learn also because of problems. For instance, during COVID, something fantastic happened on this continent in terms actually of our leaders coming together and taking bold decisions. Like when the Afreximbank put, I don't remember, was it $2 billion into a facility to acquire these PPEs, vaccines, whatever. And even our leaders decided to share with the CARICOM, our cousins, who are people of African descent. It happened. And the momentum from COVID time, I think it stayed like maybe a couple of years. Now it's still there. I'm seeing more and more, at least the ministers saying, let's sit together, let's negotiate together, let's navigate these pandemics together. So at least that one, we learned something the hard way. I don't know how many, pandemics we are going to need so that we keep actually shaken and we fundamentally divert from the trajectory we've been staying on, which is actually, has kept us where we have been all these years, 60 years plus, and we are still like, struggling with poverty. Yeah, my comment on the peace and security, of course, it's a big hindrance. And it's a situation that actually takes you back some steps when it occurred, and it's always a challenge for the continent, especially for the last few years. We've been really conflicts like really growing in numbers, but also there is always a silver lining in these bad things happening to us. Sometimes, we are forced to learn the hard way through them. One thing I would mention is through migrations on the continent, we have like 45 million Africans being forcibly displaced for all reasons combined, peace and security related and otherwise. Of course, many of them are still like inside their own country, but close to maybe 25%, they are in another country on the continent. And actually, some good demystification of these borders, of trading, of people getting closer, getting a partner to learn how to trade with another partner in another country, from host to home. It's also, helping actually to implement the FCFTA, although through so unfortunate, predicament. So it's really a challenge for the continent. Now, my last one is on the finance. The figure actually about this pension and insurance on the continent, $2 trillion. When you combine all the financial institutions, development financial institutions, central banks reserves, whatever, $4 trillion that we have on the continent. So the issue is not capital. That's why there are one initiative that actually is also taking place in consideration of that situation, that we need to overcome fragmentation and really see how we can harness these $4 trillion better. And the FDB, the Africa Development Bank, they are now leading that process. They call it a new African financial architecture for development. They are working like these multilateral financial institutions on the continent. And yeah, it's yet another concept. So it still needs to be tested in implementation. Here in Rwanda, it's the first time we have seen a pension fund venturing into an SME growth fund. It has happened the other week, RSSB. But not all the pensions on the continent are in the same move. But even then, we still have, you know, we are talking of the growth SMEs, but we still have those to nurture that are still tiny, tiny, so that you don't even touch them with that money. So how do we do about it? So in the context of implementing the FCFTA, also there is some initiatives on the continent going on to address this issue in partnership with the FCFTA Secretariat and the Commission, you know, to really see how to structure a solution for SMEs that could be Pan-African. So maybe it's really needed. Let's keep pushing and let's keep demanding it, and let's keeping people who are in those circles accountable to the SMEs. And I count myself among them. So hopefully we can see some results going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Khalid.
Thank you very much for the intervention, and thank you, Chairman, for your sympathy and support. I sense some of pessimistic feeling. I don't know why. At the first session, there is optimism. At the second session, I feel some sort of pessimism. Maybe because we are facing the right challenges that we should talk about transparently. We shouldn't be pessimistic. I'm very hopeful that the future is for Africa. I'll give you one example. The African economy in the 2025, the total growth is 4.2%, while the global economy was 2.4%. So Africa had the strongest economic performance in a decade. In 2025, we achieved more growth than the global economy, and this is also give like a glimpse of hope. Second, we wouldn't be here and discussing all these issues without the spirit of the founding father of Pan-Africanism. We have developed the agenda. We have maintained the spirit. And we are pursuing the path for development. Remember, in the 50s and the 60s, the fathers of the Pan-Africanists, when they are talking about the liberation, they led the national liberation movement at that time. Remember the sacrifice, the suffering, and the price that they had paid. Thank God that we got an independent African countries. It is our responsibility, this generation, and the next generation, the youth, is to develop and maintain the independence that we got from the founding fathers of Pan-Africanism by all means. Economic independence, political independence, and also for the social, economic growth and development. So don't be pessimistic. We have the spirit of going on and on our own future. And I do agree with Mr. Dennis that it is now, not tomorrow. Now, not tomorrow. The second question, a lot of people talk about industrialization. Industrialization requires one thing, power generation. There is power generation deficit in Africa. And when we talk about regional integration, it's about this, how to share power at the regional level. Because some countries have the natural resources, hydropower generation and other another source of power. I think if we prioritize this, the regional integration is not about just trade, but about also sharing the essential means of development. Number one is power. Because without power, there is no industrialization. And there is a deficit of power generation in Africa. No industrialization also without transfer of power, transfer of technology. This has been one of the main issue and theme even within the African Union and others. You know, we are a recipient of technology, to be honest. So we are still not independent on that sense. I think it should be part and parcel of our continental policies and national policies of every nation state is to work on transfer of power, and this requires education for the youth more and more. Ambassador Joseph, when you talk about sovereignty of the state, I think, to be honest, at this moment of uncertainty in these global affairs, we need to maintain more sovereignty for individual states. When we see the tariff barriers, when we see that Europe and America abandoned the globalization, when they sell it to us in Africa, when they told us this, you know, globalization is the one means of development. Right now, they make a U-turn and maintain protectionism again. Look at the international global affairs. Protectionism come again against globalization. But we need mainstreaming of policies, more understanding, more discussion, and we have to look specifically for every individual country about social, economic, and political situation. Africa are not the same. We maintain the same aspiration, but every country has its own local, national challenges and circumstances in the social and political and economic situation. My final point about the youth. Education is the key for the future. It's not traditional education, but preparing our youth for 21st century competition in the global economy. And my 2 points to the youth. Africa is suffering from brain drain. Youth in Africa right now, their aspiration is to go outside of Africa, either for education, for business, for another, looking for another citizenship or so. Before being digital global citizen, you have to be African first. You should believe in the cause of Africa first before you think about anything else. So my message to the youth, government Africa should give them all means possible for entrepreneurship, for education, for good startup, but before being global citizen, you have to be African first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we move back to our seats, as a journalist, I feel like I would love that you give us a headline in 2 seconds. If I was to report on this evening, what headline would you give me and what commitment would you give me in just 2 seconds? Honorable Minister Dennis, Dr. Monique, and Ambassador. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that Africa, we should be aware that we have the common enemy, that is poverty, and the only way to win is to come together.
Thank you very much. The only way to win is to come together. Dennis?
My very last one is that the desire, as a person from the private sector, the desire to trade with each other on the continent is more present than ever. We want to trade, we want borders open, and trading together means scale, because somebody cannot satisfy a particular market. Scale means an opportunity for the next group. So, and then opportunity goes to what Professor said, enlighten the population to produce in groups, produce more for the market. We need to trade with each other. That's the purpose of that, of the ACFTA.
Thank you. Let's trade together. Dr. Monique.
Okay, mine will be, let's hold ourselves accountable for FCFTA implementation, because that opportunity window is closing on us.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Khalid.
Africa strongly believes in its future.
Africa strongly believes in its future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to my panelists as we take our seats.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. I think I would not be mistaken to say that all our speakers and the panel discussants offered us more than we expected. So it is proper that we sincerely thank them for sharing their wisdom. Thank you very much. Thank you, moderators, and you all participants for your engaging participation. Before I invite our Secretariat to briefly share with us our takeaways, our sort of communique, and I will not use the term that I'm sensing the pessimism. I wanted also to use the word that I sense the fear, but I will say that I sense the feel of urgency to act. Hopefully these recommendations will be turned into actions. So as they get closer, I want to thank and recognize our partners, those who partnered with us in organizing this event, the government of Rwanda, in particular the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Local Government, the Parliament. I want to thank the African Ambassadors Corps, the Rwanda's Elders Advisory Forum. I want to thank Inyanje, Urwibutso, Water for People, Association of Rwanda Journalists, Rwanda Climate Change, Isango Star, JAR Investment Limited, MFK Group, and different media houses, plus individual Pan-Africans who supported this event. Thank you so, so very much. I can now invite our Secretariat to share with us some key points.
Yes. Good afternoon. Africa. Unite. Africa. Unite. I promise you it will be only a few minutes, and because I know you are tired. But we can't say we are tired because we have been learning, engaging, and we enjoyed the sessions. My name is Chantal Tuyishimire. I'm Commissioner of Trade, Economy, and Environment in Pan-African Movement. In this secretariat, I'm together with two men. I'm well strong-handed. I'm with Water for People, and Eric from Rwanda Water Board, and he's from Pan-African Movement. Both of us are Pan-Africanists. Africa? Unite. I would like to start by summarizing a few key takeaways from the morning sessions, as from our leaders, various chairmen, various speakers we had. They reiterated on creating the future of Pan-African leaders. We are building, we are seedling, we are setting what we serve us in future. And as we have already understood key achievements, there's a lot of plans ahead. But that comes to what we have said, which is a shared water resources as catalyst for cooperation, economic growth, and sustainable development. And we cannot say that without remembering that water and sanitation is not simply a developmental issue, it is a matter of priority. Human dignity, public health, productivity, social justice, and well-being of all of us Africans. We need to remember that both in water and African Continental Free Trade Area and our AU agenda, it holds potential for accelerating industrialization, as all of us kept on coming on that word. But without forgetting expanding trade, which is we trade what we be having, unlocking opportunities for both grown-up people, but also without forgetting youth and women, and more jobs are held there, as we recognize that a lot of money we lose in terms of not using what we have well, but also in terms of not accessing to good water, about 4.3 million returns. Let me go straight to the resolutions. Can you go to the next, please? And as we be straying, we would like to remind you that to enhance water and sanitation, we agree that we shall advocate to African Union to consider that water and sanitation are key elements for integration programs. So it has to get the priority it deserves. As we have realized, we only talked about it today, and it seems like in the past years we have merely forgotten about that. And we are reaffirming that water should be an African shared resource. If you consider that what it means, it's not water passing under us, it's just water reaching on us and in our homes. And we aim that discussions and knowledge sharing among ourselves as African countries to keep promoting them at both regional and continental level. We shall keep planning among ourselves and sharing what we have from all different knowledge you have learned from our fellows who are on the panelists. And we need to we agree that we have to call African governments, all of us, to integrate homegrown solutions in all of our programs, but especially in what we are talking about, water and sanitations. We need to develop action plans to deliver permanent and sustainable access to water and sanitation by 2030. This is according to SDG 6, and we all signed on that. We agree that Africans need to promote efficient use of water and sanitation services in communities for three key important things: households, industry, and irrigation. I talk about all of that because that will make revolution and transformation in Africa. If we don't consider all of those three critical parts, we will only be talking as we have been saying. We need to call Africans to promote culture of even using and applying proper hygiene. We are still losing a lot of money in not applying proper hygiene, and it's possible that with the little water we have, we can even be healthy. Let's try to keep pushing that agenda. Lastly, we will talk that private sector is very key to turn challenges in clean water and sanitation as opportunities for investments in providing sustainable solutions. We realized we will not keep on talking about challenges, however, transforming them into possible solutions. Without forgetting that youth, women, as we are the ones who are challenged most, we need to take leadership, innovation. We have seen Iriba and other innovative solutions in our country, even the rest of Africa. So we need to push this to advance people-centered and market-driven approaches. And without forgetting that all of us, we have been giving little budget for water and sanitation. And remember that this is one of the key critical parts in industrialization. So if we don't expand and at least add a little bit of money on that, it means in 2030 we will keep talking of the issue we have and we will be blaming ourselves, and our children will not favor us. Without forgetting collective efforts by different players, including law enforcers, we have a good solution, homegrown solution here in Rwanda, Bandebereho. So if you see something that is not working well, you make sure you solve it before anyone else can solve it. It's me, it's you. We are together and we can solve it. Moving on trade, water, as I said, is one of the factors of productions. We can even consider it under capital. And we can say that without it, trade could not happen because trade is coming from industrialization. Pan-African movement, we agree that we will drive and prepare implementation matrix to hold our African governments accountable, and we will make sure we follow up on those key critical resolutions. I bet even if we can take 2 to 3 resolutions and we follow up on them seriously, by next year, we can be able to, at least to find a key movement and a key achievements. And without forgetting that public-private partnerships to advance different challenges we face, as our players said, we face a lot of challenges in terms of tariff, non-tariff barriers, and it's our time that we fast-track this. This is one of the key critical bottlenecks. If it is not solved, and because we have money as private sector, the little we have, we can use it in addressing the challenges we have. Along corridors, we need infrastructure, but apart from that, we need to enable the free movement of people and everything. As he talked about, why don't we commit that by next year, other additional governments can agree to remove the visa like Togo recently did. Industrialization, as I said, it's a key, and we need to encourage. We agree that we are going to keep encouraging our governments and private sector to diversify innovative value-added products across value chains in Africa, so as we can reduce imports, but also we need to set our standards so we can drive that. Lastly, Pan-African movement, as we are sitting here, we are very thankful that Parliament has given us this chance. So I agree that by next year, we need to have this room filled, and we need more Parliament members to be in it. This is one of the critical channels, and we agree that we are going to pass through there. And in our next LID conference, we know we are going to have many people who can push the Pan-Africanist mindset. And we know if you can't feel you die for Africa, that means it's still in the talks. Lastly, it's on harmonization. We still call upon fast-tracking policy harmonization, and this comes in by also setting our own standards, but also regional cooperation. And we have accepted that we urge collaboration between governments, private sector, research institutions, and many other players to accelerate innovation, without forgetting that we talked finance, research, technology to accelerate ASCFTA. I could say this to be done. Education is key, and we can't say that it has to be left behind. That means by next year, we will keep advocating that education of all of these ACFTA, AU, and other concepts that shows where Africa was and where it is going to be, have to be embedded in our curriculums, and we have to drive that as Pan-African movement. We need to keep pushing harder, but let me close because I say I won't take much longer. We are still expressing our gratitude to our President Paul Kagame, President of Republic of Rwanda. Maybe some of you don't know, but he is our pioneer. So if he wasn't the one to teach us, to train us, we wouldn't be sitting here. So still we are thanking him for his visionary commitments to Africa unity, regional integration, peace building, and sustainable development across the continent. We need more presidents like him, we need more to take actions like him, and we need more changes as youth. Let me even talk from youth perspective. And we still commend government of Rwanda and parliaments who are here, who helped and put us together today and gave us this place. If we were to pay in another hotel or anywhere else, it would be a lot of money, but at least we are here and we are using our own resources. This is one of homegrown solutions. And we thank Africa Diplomat Corps, media, and other persons, and all of you who are seated here. You have made our day, and you have made a change, and we hope that in the next years to come, you are going to be our pioneer, and you are the real Pan-Africanists. And let me conclude by saying, Africa, Africa, thank you. Let's change the words into actions.
Let me thank the Secretariat for the good work. These resolutions will be fine-tuned because you can understand that they have just been produced. We will take time to look into them through our Executive Council and Governing Council to adopt them. Among our partners, I want also to recognize the African School of Governance for their support in this event. I now take this opportunity to invite Honorable Minister Prudence Sebahizi, the Minister of Trade and Industry, to give us some closing remarks.
Thank you very much. What a long day. I know I'm going to stand between you and a very important match that is starting very shortly. So, Chairman and the members of Pan-African Movement, before I say a word of closing, let's clap for ourselves. We are doing a wonderful job. We are putting our efforts to make sure that we shine and light for the rest of Africans. When we say Pan-African movement, this means that we are taking the torch of our forefathers, the founders of Africa, African Union. So we should be proud of this. I want to believe that today's theme was very well chosen because it touches on our daily livelihood. It touches on abundance in our resources that we have not been using efficiently. But through today's morning panel, we have all understood that we have resources, but the resources are not equally shared. The resources have not been able to flourish and reach people who need them, so something has to be done. So when we talk about water resources and sanitation systems, we actually have to emphasize more on how do we manage those available resources. I have one story to share with you on this topic. A country called Singapore is an island, as you know. They are surrounded by water. But believe me, they are not using the ocean's water. They are importing water from the neighboring country, Malaysia, at a cost. And they have signed an agreement of 50 years to use that water from Malaysia, and that agreement comes to an end in 2050. And for them, because they believe that with this geopolitical environment, the agreement might not be renewed, but that will not be the end of Singapore. So they had to find a solution within themselves. So they resolved that despite the water they import from Malaysia, they have two more sources of water. The second one is the rainfall. So the rain falls each and every day, and there is no water from the rain that is spared. They make sure they keep it. And the second source of water, the third, is the recycled water, the water that they use on a daily basis. So they told me the water they flush in their toilets is the same water that they drink on a daily basis. And it's much better than the water they import from Malaysia. So the last result, which will be the source of water number 4, will be to start using the ocean's water that surround them, but treating that water is more expensive than doing the other 3. So they chose to rely on the 3 sources. One is coming to an end in 2050, then they will remain with the rainfall water and the recycled water. So I think Africa, we should learn a lesson from that. So the second aspect I want to touch on is AFCFTA, which we just spoke about this afternoon. AFCFTA is ours. We have gone a long way of negotiating the agreement. Institutions have been put in place. The legal instruments are there. The private sector is there. Our youth are there. But what we have to now do is move from rhetoric to implementation. And implementation always happens at home. So each one of us, we have to walk the talk. Let's give ourselves the homework and see what can we do to make sure that we are part of that Pan-African AFCFTA process. And the word movement should be understood very well. When we say Pan-African movement, we have to move. And when we move, where do we go? We move forward, right? So let's be Pan-Africanist, let's keep moving, and let's move forward. So as I conclude, I want to appreciate all the resolutions that have been made from this meeting, and I also want to believe that when we come back next year, we should be able to track and start tracing how far we have gone implementing decisions that are being made every day on this continent. So thank you very much. Chairman, members, I thank you, and I wish all Arsenal fans a win tonight.
I'm not allowed to say anything after the closing remarks. So thank you so very much. Amekukolo nabo bakoze cyane. Thank you.